Oh. Ah. God damn. On here. Alright, I have another lamp here. That's right. Keep forgetting about it. I should just buy a new webcam. This one is ridiculously bad, and it's like 12 years old. Not that it matters that much, but... kids can get this one. So yesterday we, I'm not sure if we made a huge mistake. But we went down into the catacombs and we just killed the entire dead nation instead of actually interacting with them. I was going to go into the rat nest and be amenable with them, but they decided to just lock me up instantly. And when I walked out, like the only way to get out was to actually kill them and aggro them. And then the dead nation, they were like, well, you need to become a prisoner or you'll have to die. And I was like, well, try it. Then I just killed their entire population. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I'm not becoming someone's prisoner. Not after what just happened with the rat boys. No way. But I'm sure it's fine. I mean, they were just a bunch of undead. Oh no. The window messed up. Let's see here. Okay, very good. There was a little line there on the left side. Let's get rid of it. Oh. So we went back up top, or we went back to Farad, and he introduced us to his 60 tiefling daughter, Anna, fighter thief. So now we have Mort, who is a fighter, Dakan, who is a fighter mage, and us, who is a fighter. Plus Anna. We could somehow get back to the entrance chamber. Might be able to use it. Use the key to jump to somewhere else. Portal key. Portal key. Portal key. I think we can just toss those, but...
Done.
I'm a bit hesitant to do that.
Are you daft? We'll draw the lady's gaze. If we stay here, we will.
Is he Scottish? Bell turns to face you as you approach. Next to you, Anna stiffens as you catch sight of Fell. Anna, what's wrong? Are you daft? Anna turns to you, and you suddenly realize she's frightened. Are you so pig-eager to dance in the lady's shadow you'll bandy words with this one? Let's give this place the laugh before we get penned in the dead book. What's the problem? It's Fell! Anna throws a fearful glance at the creature. Presumably Fell. Let's be away, aye? No good'll come of being here, so it won't. I'll ask again, what's the problem? He's a Dabus. Who's not a Dabus, aye? He's a Dabus who's not a Dabus, aye? He walks on the ground. Anna's voice drops to a whisper. She starts trembling. No more questions. Let's give this place the laugh, aye? I think it'd be better if you clear this matter up now. Anna throws a frightened glance at Fell. Fell's a Dabus who angered her. It said he's a Dabus who isn't a Dabus, and the time's close when the lady's gaze will fall on him. So it will. Her? You mean the Lady of Pain? Aye, and heed your tongue. Anna makes another semicircle in the air in front of her, as you mention the lady's name. The Dabus work for the lady, and she protects them. Except Fell, she shudders. Let's be away, eh? I'd like to speak to Fell first. Anna grabs your arm. Please, nay, nay. No good'll come of it. Anyone speaking to Fell could draw the lady's gaze. I dunna want to die, I don't. To your surprise, Anna looks close to tears. Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here, I promise. I just want to speak to him for a moment. For a minute, Anna just looks at you. Then something in your gaze seems to calm her, or she steels herself. I don't know why I... He shakes her head. Go on then, talk to him. You dunna care. There's an undercurrent of fear in her voice. Very well. The Dabus waits patiently, its hands tucked into its sleeves. A series of symbols materialize above its head, then dissipate, and a question mark appears. I had some questions for you. The Dabus waits. Did you do the tattoos on this dismembered arm I found? Bell examines it for a moment, tracing the patterns with his finger. He then looks up, and a series of rebuses form. Hazy at first, then comes sharply into focus. You think he said the arm is yours, that the tattoos speak of you. 4 others. What 4 others? 4 strings of symbols swirl from Fell's head, matching the pattern upon the dismembered arm. The symbols are hard to translate, and at the end you're not certain if you've translated them correctly. You think he said, an unloved one that loves, a one that sees, someone familiar, and the last, a chained one. As you finish translating, the 4 strings seem to form themselves into links, and they merge into a chain. An unloved one that loves... Who's that? The lady at the entrance? Or the lady in the mortuary? Ghost lady, I suppose? Someone familiar? Does that mean someone that's with me? Mort. Was Mort with us? Maybe Mort was with us. And the last, a chained one. As you finish translating, the 4 strings seem to form themselves into links. And they merge into a chain. We were a party. I see. I had some other questions. Can you tell me anything about these tattoos on my body? Bell studies your body for a moment, walking around you. He mirrors each symbol as he examines it, then returns to face you. From what you can make of his floating symbols, he's saying the tattoos are not his. Keep that in mind. I have some other questions. The Dabus waits. Can I see what tattoos you have? Do you buy anything other than tattoos? He doesn't. But we have a lot of money now. We can buy 2 tattoos. I have 2 more slots. Tattoo of accuracy. Tattoo of Anna. Tattoo of the skull. Oh. For all Mord's faults, having him as a companion makes you seem more capable, and not so much of a stranger to Sigil's streets. This tattoo reinforces that bond, giving you +1 to charisma, and when invoked, it also lends you some of Mort's luck and his ability to shrug off anything that would otherwise cause him to stop talking, such as paralyzation or stunning. Unfortunately, it also gives the user a penalty for their wisdom, which is not hard to understand considering how little Mort has to spare. This tattoo can only call upon its luck ability a limited number of times. When the tattoo's power is exhausted, however, the charisma bonus will remain. Some of Anna's presence must be rubbing off on you, for this tattoo allows you to call upon some of her cat-like skills and grays to hone your thief abilities. Unfortunately, it also inherits some of Anna's brashness and impulsiveness, using your charisma and wisdom accordingly. Nope, I don't want either. This is really good. +1 taco. But I'd rather stack more stats. Int only usable by... Okay. Greater presence, charisma. There's constitution. So we can't get int, but we can get constitution and we can get charisma. We'll buy both those. So now we have 15 charisma. I think that's good. That's gonna unlock a lot more options. I want more int, but can't get that without becoming a mage, and I kind of want to just stay fighter. There's this too. Why do I have edged and fist
I'm gone.
weapons? Lashing. Proficiency axes. Proficiency hammers. Proficiency edge. Wait, chained one? Is this him? On the Githzerais home plane of Limbo, solid matter is something of a rarity. Limbo itself is a soupy mass of elements, and only through force of will can the Githzerais shape these elements into stable matter. A substance called Karach is a material that can be shaped with the mind. Rakan's blade is composed of this substance. Through mental discipline alone, Rakan maintains the integrity of the blade. He can shape it slightly depending on his skill, adjusting its length, sharpness of the edge. Presumably as he gains levels, he may be able to manipulate the blade in new ways. It is not known whether all Githzerai Zerth carry such weapons. Certainly a weapon that depends on the integrity of the wielder would be entrusted only to those who had learned to discipline themselves. This blade appears to have special religious significance for the Khan. The Khan has wound a series of parchments around the hilt of the blade. These appear to be mantras, dedicated to Zerthimon. behind the curtain? Human skin has been stretched across these wooden frames. The skins are covered with tattoos. This design is a hollow beast with a tiny demon in its head. Human skin. Same. This design shows a series of black rivers whose courses divide, cross each other, then flow together. The picture shows a blackened sphere with trails of black mist floating away from it. This tattoo is of a night black steed with dead white eyes and spines bristling from its shoulder blade. A pattern of barbed black branches have been inscribed on this wall. A burning skull has been inscribed on this wall, two symbols of duality flank. This design seems to be of a shadow casting a shadow. The silhouette of a shadow makes it unclear whether it's a man or a woman. An unusual work of ... art. Okay.
Done.
I have a couple of things to do. We're at the smoldering tavern here.
All right.
This crackling, billowing creature twists slowly above an iron grill upon the floor of the bar. It may have once been human, but now its skin is charred beyond recognition. Streams of fire form a wreath around the creature's body. The flames lick at the few remaining pockets of flesh, causing them to bubble and run like wax down the creature's skeletal frame. Examine the smoldering corpse. Jinx? Talk to Drusilla. Hello, Drusilla. I'd like you to answer some questions. Who is that burning by the entryway? That despair you saw on her face before flits across it again like a black-winged shadow before she masters herself. That's Ignis, one of the greatest wizards to ever come out this slummy excuse for a cesspool. They caught him, and they opened a channel for the planes of fire through him. Channel to the planes of fire through him. And now he's just a doorway for it, keeping himself alive by force of will alone. If someone could douse him for a few moments, it'd give him his life back again. But they don't make enough water to do that. What about this decanter? Word has it, it's endless. Yes! Use that on him, and he'll be sure to come free. Oh, my Ignis, I await you. She pauses for a moment, dread in her eyes. You know the command word? Not yet. Then go find it, I implore you. She tugs on your arm. Her eyes have taken a frantic sheen of madness. I will. I need more answers first. When will you free Ignis? You clueless? Who could help us with that? What other places can you recommend? Well? Ebb puffs on his pipe and studies you. This is perhaps the best kip you could have wandered into from the start. Judging by your tattoos, you might be partial to having designs on your body. In which case, there's a tattoo salon a little spireward from here. Spireward? You want to stay away from the alley of dangerous angles if you can. Ignis torched that place not long ago, and ever since a bunch of bad bloods have set up their kip in that stretch of desert. Had some other questions. You said you had my eye. Oh no, I can't afford it this time either. command word. Who would even know that?
All right.
Maybe someone at the marketplace? Maybe her. She sells like pots or something? No, she sells fish. This girl. Hmm. Okay. I was just gonna skip it because we already talked to her. The woman smiles warmly at your approach. Hello again, sir. And what would you like to purchase this day? Nothing, but I had some questions. Sorry, sir, I have no time for questions. I must sell what I can before the day is done, for my family is large and hungry. She holds open the lid of the crate behind her. Are you sure you wouldn't like to see what I have to offer? Very well, I'll look. You peer into the crate. It's full of plate, cups, jugs, tankards, cutlery, and the like. They look to be of varying degrees of quality, but some of it appears quite nice. As you're looking them over, she presses up against you. See anything you like, sir? Her long, waving hair, brushing against your shoulders, smells faintly sweet, like vanilla. No, none of it's any use to me. Farewell. Oh, sir, but wait. She puts her hand on your forearm. Her touch is light as a feather. Are you sure there's nothing you need? Surely something for your own home or a gift. Aye, he's sure. Didn't you hear the man? Anna rolls her eyes. For the love of the powers, why don't you pry yourself off the sod for a bit? You're embarrassing yourself, you are. Anna, be quiet. Let the merchant respond to Anna. The merchant turns up her cute button nose. Huh! Are you so jealous that you'd rob a poor merchant of her sale? The good sir is a customer of Plain-Touched. Oh, Plain-Touched. Not some piece of meat to be owned or fought over. With that, she nods at you. Wait for it. Anna looks horrified, then furious. Jealous? Bar that! Watch your tongue, woman, or I'll split it from your bone box and bury it in your corpse on opposite ends of Sigil. I will. The merchant, clearly frightened, steps back a ways. And ye, she turns to you, eyes flashing with rage, and makes a disgusted sneer. Not a word! Don't go getting any ideas from this addle-covered chits blathering, or you'll be good and sorry. She's right. There's nothing I need. My questions. Sorry, sir, I have no time for questions. Well. Oh shit! I wonder if we can sell the cranium rat tails at the Office of Vermin Control. I have 95. Merc invokes Black Sphere. Yeah, I don't want to sell anything like that. Cloudkill ones have already come in handy. Stealth skill bonus. Here of Salier Day. I mean, we might get some lawful character. Lawful good, though.
Come in, Basher. Look here, the finest Toledo blades.
Should have some more things to sell to this guy. Battle axe of quality, spiked knuckles. Enchanted hammer. I kind of want to. I'm not sure. Do I want to use daggers? No. I mean, hammers. I don't know why I said daggers. That's all we had to sell, it seems. The rest is just a bunch of trash. 40 blood charms. We bought 30 last time, and that was barely enough. Go down here. This foul-looking man is quick to notice he's caught your attention. In moments he's upon you, hawking his wares. Carries a long wooden pole. Dozens of skinned and cooked rats dangle from it. As he speaks, he gestures to them with a broad, filth-encrusted hand, smiling a yellowed, snaggle-toothed grin all the while. Oi, Cutter! How you doing there? What sort of delicious ratsies is you interested in this fine day? Examine the ratsies. Each rat has been skinned and gutted, their feet and tails removed. They dangle from the pole by hooks punched through their necks. As you examine the various manners in which they've been prepared, you realize their heads are slightly misshapen. A bulbous knot of bone protrudes from each cranium, covered in whorls that give it the appearance of brain tissue. Those are strange-looking rats. Ah, you've got a keen eye there, Cutter. All I sell is brain vermin, I do. I'm sure you'll find they've got a much richer flavor than your usual rat. Quite nice, really. He proffers them to you once more, waving the pole before your face, enticingly. The rats sway to and fro, hooked like tiny sides of beef. Brain vermin? Aye, Cutter, brain vermin. Foul creatures they are. Now your normal rats, they just eat stored goods and multiply, spread disease and all that. A nuisance, really, no more. They're cranium rat, though. Brain vermin. What I go after, they're just trouble. When you get more than a handful and a little pike... When you get more than a handful of the little pikers together, they start to get smart on you. Sometimes become more intelligent? Sure as I'm standing here before you, they do. If I ran across any more than 2 score of them, I'd flee for me case like that. Snaps to emphasize the point. I would. You get that many of them in a pack, why they get smart as a man, they do. Go on. Here's my best advice for you, Cutter. If you're bent on catching brain vermin, stick to small packs, a dozen or so, at most. But I'll tell you, he steps close, his breath fetid in your face, and speaks in a hushed tone. You run into more than that? More than a couple dozen? You run like you're in the shadow of the lady. He backs away from you. Again. Why? What's that you fear? Sorcery, Cutter. Sorcery. He gets enough of those little fiends in a space, they gain all sorts of odd powers. Make a basher's brain pour out his ears, they will. Downright frightening. It's just wrong, I tell ya. That's why Sigil's so eager to be rid of him. The bounty and all. Bounty? Someone pays for rat's tails? That's right, Cutter. There's a Burke in the Office of Vermin and Disease Control. Name a lord, who pays a bounty on him. Copper a head. Tail, it is, aye. A copper? That's what you get at the fucking merchant. But they gotta be brain vermin, they do. Not just ordinary. Tell me more about this lord fella. His name's Phineas. Phineas Lord. Think he was some sort of eye-up, he was. Put down by his rivals and stuck here in the Arsenda Sigil. The Burg sits in there alone all the night and day. It seems waiting for folk to bring in tales and paying them the bounty. You know the best part? Poor sod must be allergic to rats, 'cause he's always got a huge rash going. Ho ho, powers be praised, I ain't that fella. Oh, whatever, dude. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit sometime. Farewell. He touches your arm. I see you're leaving, Cutter. But before you go, would you like a nice, delicious ratsy? One for the road, you might say. Why not? Good, Cutter. Good. What sort would you like? He points to each in turn with a grimy fingernail. I got them baked, spiced, boiled, and charred. All fresh and scrumptious. And only 3 coppers for 2. Scrumptious? Doubtful. Who'd eat such refuse? Charred. Boiled, spiced, baked. Give me the charred ones. You hand over your coppers, and in one swift motion, he runs a pair of charred rats through with a wooden skewer, unhooks them, and places them in your hand. He winks at you. Enjoy, Cutter. Eat the ratsy. The rat is burnt and crispy outside, but tender and juicy within. It is a bit greasy and rather rich tasting. Of some other meat you're sure you've had before. The man looks at you expectantly. Did you like it? Would you like another? Alright, I'll have another. Good, good, Cutter. What sort would you like? Yeah, baked one. You hand over your coppers, and in one swift motion, blah 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 blah, eat the ratsy. The rat's flesh is tender and moist. It comes off the bone easily and melts in your mouth. It is slightly greasy and rather rich tasting, some other sort. Sort of meat you're sure you've had before. Did you like? Is that the same thing? Give me a spiced one. The rat meat is aromatic and quite spicy, apparently marinated in some sort of herbal mixture before being cooked. It's a bit greasy, blah 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 blah. Alright, I'll have another. Give me the boiled one. The rat meat prepared this way is rather bland and rubbery. It tastes faintly of some other meat, sure you've had before. You're certain it would taste better prepared in a different manner. You can't imagine why anyone would boil meat to eat it. The man looks at you expectantly. Did you like? Would you like another? No, it was foul. He looks genuinely surprised. Pity to air that, Cutter. Have a good day. He seems ready to turn away. Let him go. Hello, Phineas T. Lord, the 39th. You see a squat man with rash-covered skin and several pustules covering his face. His clothes seem to mark him as some sort of an official, but they are dirty, wrinkled and covered with rat hair. As you watch, he idly scratches himself with his stubby fingers. Greetings. Aye! The little man shrieks and jumps, startled. Clutching his heart, he takes a deep breath and pushes his spectacles up on his rash-ridden nose. Yes, yes. And what is it that I can do for you? He scratches his nose and looks you up and down, studying your scars. I, have little to nothing in the till, so if you have come to plunder the premises, this locale is ill-chosen. Little to nothing in the till, eh? Well, why don't you just give me what you have and we'll part as friends? I'm not here to plunder the premises. Who are you? I am the respected Phineas T. Lord, the 39th, in charge of this hive branch of the Office for Vermin and Disease Control. It is my distinguished privilege. He scratches his chest and puffs up. To inform you that we, in the bureaucratic sense of the word, we, meaning to encompass the Sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting bounties on all manner of vermin and strays that infest the, he scratches again. Fair streets of Sigil, hub of the multiverse, the city which sits at the center of all things. The city by which all other cities are measured.
Updated
Bounties.
my journal.
Yes, yes. We in the bureaucratic sense of the word we, meaning to encompass the Sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting tangible proof of the eradication of brain vermin, also known as cranium rats, from the hive area where they have clustered quite thickly for the past many years. As a recent census of the vermin population has shown, I am empowered by the Sigilian bureaucracy to pay a bounty of, he puffs up dramatically, 1 copper common per cranium rat delivered to my branch office. I don't have any rats, but I have some rat tails. Excellent. Most excellent. Claps his hand delightedly. Let me see. Turn in a rat tail. Collect the bounty. Phineas hums merrily as you complete the transaction. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. The City of Sigil and I appreciate your efforts on our behalf. Had some other questions. Tell me about these cranium rats. Cranium rats are a species of vermin that become more intelligent the more of them... Yeah, we know that. I imagine that 2 or 3 cranium rats might be enough to outwit you, sir. How many cranium rats are in Sigil? More than enough to last a bounty hunter a lifetime. Perhaps several. I have some rat tails. I'd like to collect the bounty on them. I can only hand in 1? What? I wonder if you can hand in like 10 of them or something and something happens. Hmm. Well, that was pointless, considering that you can sell them for 1 copper. Hmm. Oh, here. He told me where to go. Told me to seek out a woman named Nemel in the Clerk's Ward, that I might find the word that will unleash the full power of the decanter of endless water. Oh, that is here. You can just go there.
I'm gone.
I thought that was like next chapter or something.
I'm gone.
Here's the weird part, though. Where the fuck do you get there? Like, it's up there. Is it through the painted door? That might be the case. That's Fell's tattoo parlor. Because this door leads in that direction. And I think if we go over here, get to the northeastern part of the hive, that's here. And that's where this thing is.
Done.
Crematorium. Or the mortuary. Open tomb. A bunch of dustmen. This door has been sealed. Yeah, okay, I think that's actually the next step. Where we're about to go. So I guess we'll just do that. Let's see here. He is lawful neutral. Chaotic good. Chaotic neutral. True neutral. I actually don't really know how to play true neutral. It's a bit weird. Because most choices are good, evil, lawful, or chaotic. True neutral, what's that like? Can you help me? No. Bye bye. That's it. Close your eyes. Open the door. You close your eyes, reach for the door and fumble around. To your surprise, you find a handle. With a slight tug, the door opens. A narrow passage leads into the building, and from within you can hear distant howling. Time to head on in. Oh. I remember this cutscene. Like, I have played this game before,
I'm gone.
but this is about as far as I remember anything clearly. Like the Dead Nation, that's what I... But I think I might have
I'm
played
gone.
What's up?
a decent bit. Maybe, I'm not sure. Oh, she's doing like flips and shit. Oh no! We'll go back outside.
I'm gone.
Thank God. I want to buy my eye.
Come on in, Cutter. Come on in, Cutter. You're gonna
I'm gone.
love this.
You said you had my eye. I'd like it back now. Price is 500 coins. You don't got it, you don't get it. 500? Alright, here. It's a deal. He produces a darkened, wax-stoppered, wide-mouthed bottle from his pocket. You hear the sound of liquid sloshing around inside it, along with a heavier, squishier noise. Opening it, the stench of some sort of preservative agent nearly makes you gag. Floating in the viscid muck is an eyeball. You'd better figure out what you want to do with that. Now you've exposed it to the air, you might as well put a pickled egg in the jar for all the good it'll do you. Make up your mind, Cutter. Pickled egg or not. Ha! Tear out your eyeball and place this one in the socket. Gained experience 1000. With a moment's hesitation, you reach into your socket and pop your eye into the palm of your hand. The bartender helpfully severs the optic nerve and directs your hand to the jar of goo that sits on the bar. You deposit your eye in the preservative. Wrap your fingers around the old one. Slide it into your empty socket. The pain of this entire operation is incredible. After a moment, though, you can feel the optic nerve reattaching itself to this new eye, and suddenly, you are hit by a flash of memory. Absorb it. A vast expanse of chaotic, ever-changing wasteland stretches before you. A group of humanoid vultures plummeting toward you, cruel weapons ready to strike, and your own shining blade clutched tight in your fist. 3 toughs surround you in the corner of an enemy, in the colors of an enemy you can't quite place. Long daggers glisten in their hands, and the light glints cruelly from their exposed teeth. You glance at your scarred hands, and know that soon they'll be covered in blood. An enormous frog-like creature comes bounding over, through, / under chaos stuff, headed for you with a mouthful of teeth. You hurled your javelin through the shifting matter and pinned the creature to a sudden stone plinth. You have recalled some of your lost fighting skills. Proficiency points increased permanently. Well, if only we could figure out how to spend them, that would be great.
Done.
Even better if we could find literally any armor. You see a slender tiefling girl standing with her back to you. You notice that both her hands and the upended table in front of her are smeared with a fresh coat of what appears to be pink paint. She seems oblivious to your approach. Greetings! At the sound of your voice, the girl turns her head to regard you. Her face, though somewhat dirty and spattered with drops of pink, is strikingly beautiful. She flashes you a wide, mischievous smile and returns her attention to the makeshift canvas. I had some questions. The tiefling girl seems totally immersed in her artwork. She ignores you entirely. Leave the girl to her painting.
All right.
In enduring, grow strong.
We had some items there we should have used, should have sold. But whatever, it's no big deal. Have an entire character. Additional inventory space. Angleless Eye. When inserted into an empty eye socket facing inward, its power awakens. Oh, it's actually an equip. Oh. +1 taco. Think we get a better armor class versus crushing attacks, but I'm not sure. Although the eye dulls the wearer to colors and sights, it increases his awareness of angles and shapes, giving the wearer greater accuracy with weapons and giving him a greater chance of dodging incoming missile attacks. Okay, so +1 armor class is a good thing, despite armor being lower is better. Furthermore, mechanical traps stand out to the wearer's vision, making it easier to spot and disarm them. The user becomes more vulnerable to crushing attacks, however. Some of the fragility of the glass eye seems to be transferred to its wearer. This is your eye. It looks like it's seen better days. +1 taco is pretty big though. Scroll of ball lightning. He did? Did? Job. What is a blood bridge? A bizarre compact of the healer's heart and the merchant's mind. This necromantic spell transforms your very body into a marketplace that barters life and death. Your life essence can be given to others at a cost to yourself. When cast, the mage can select any living, non-undead target within touch range, drain life from themselves, 2 hit points +1 point per level of the caster, and give it to the target. Okay, terrible.
All right.
I hear your words.
I'm gone.
Ow! Alright. there. Detect traps.
Right.
Stop detecting traps. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's gonna be like
I'm
that. She
gone.
can't do anything other than detect traps. What do you mean stop detecting traps? Racius. See an aging man dressed in tattered rags. As you draw nearer, you discover that he is missing both of his eyes. The scar tissue of his eyelids has receded into his empty sockets, giving his features the macabre appearance of a decaying skull. Greetings! The old man turns in your general direction, his arms outstretched as if feeling for you. Darkness, who be in voice? The friend words, I'll speak of you, call chaos. Huh? The old man cocks his head to one side, his sightless gaze fixed on empty space. Chaos of you are not. Not, Potts, not! You're not making any sense. Walk, not talk. Talk is complete. Completed to completion. He turns his back to you. Apparently done with the conversation. Obvious, this is getting me nowhere. Farewell.
Done. I'm gone.
I spotted a trap.
Oh my god, why is there no hotbar? That's gonna suck so much ass. Use
Why
thieving
not?
skills.
Disarmed it.
All
Job,
right.
Anna. And then we have to turn on detect traps again.
I'm gone. Done. I'm gone.
Pouch.
Sure, why not?
Small bag made of some unidentifiable material.
All right.
Cool. The door is locked. We will need a key. Do we?
Might as well. Got it.
Done.
Good job.
Right. Got it.
All right. All right.
Oh. Hotkeys make it a lot easier. Starved dog barking thug. Come here, bitch.
Die.
Starved dog veteran. A lot of starved dogs, dude.
You poxy bastard.
Why not?
I'm gone.
Damn it.
I will. Your path is mine. Balance in all things.
Done.
It is I.
Tenement storeroom. Small red key.
Right.
Come on, dude.
Your path is mine.
Oh, there's a lot of veterans here. We'll fuck up the thugs first, maybe.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong. Your will be done.
I'm hurt. All right.
Oh shit!
Looks like that's
God
what
damn
we
it.
will.
Got stuck in the guy's hitbox.
Have awakened.
Don't know if it does anything. Should we maybe lose a stat or XP or nothing?
Done.
Maybe nothing happens. For some reason I can't auto run.
Sure, why not?
Done.
There we go. Painted thug. This will teach you not to go around painting people in their sleep. I haven't done shit. It was the girl outside. Sybil. I must say, Cutter, I'm impressed. I thought for sure those animals would chew you up good. Well, I guess I should thank you. She pauses for a moment, then reaches into her pouch and pulls forth a small green gem. Here. This one's on the dogs. Be around, Cutter. Well, Sybil,
Couldn't carry anymore, so I had to drop it.
when placed on the tongue, it dissolves instantly. Uses the ability to spit forth spiraling bolts of acid green energy at an opponent. Lot of thugs. It's a warm curse. When swallowed, the recipient suddenly becomes extremely nauseous. A few seconds later, the charmed individual expels a stream of insects from their nose and mouth. Provided the charmed individual can keep their wits about them after the casting, the caster can send this cloud to attack a target. Not too interesting. This is magic missile. No, okay. Yeah, no, never mind. Taken from the Starved Dogs entry in the main hall of the Tenement of Thugs. This slender strongbox key is ornately crafted and appears as though it might be of significance to the Starved Dogs barking gang. Tenement Storeroom Key. Heals 3 hit points, increases regeneration. Meh. Got lockpick earrings.
Done.
There's a veteran. And a taunt the veteran.
Stupid yabo.
Did work.
Why not?
one veteran.
Why not?
All right. I'm gone.
It's almost all of my charms used up already.
Huh?
Right.
Done.
In knowing the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger. I
Oh, we
hear
leveled up.
your will be done.
What?
Your will be
Be
done.
Diablo 1.
I'm gone.
I will hear you.
Mage level up. Spell memorization abilities have increased. What can you learn now? Ooh, level 3 spells. Ball Lightning, Axe of Torment. Random stuff. Caster can create up to 4 glowing spheres of lightning when the spell is cast. They are roughly 3 feet in diameter. The damage varies depending on the number of balls created. 4, 2 to 8 each, 3, 2 to 12 each, 2, 5 to 20 each, 1, 4 to 48 each. I don't get it. Up to 4, and using 1 always deals the most damage. Having Identify there wouldn't be bad.
What's up, Chief? Good as done. Slattern.
Princess Valley.
Come on, you can do it.
Princess Valley.
Veteran, 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 veteran.
I'm gone.
Wounded. Balance in all things.
All right.
Did you see that?
Done.
I think we can probably just head in now. Ouch! Or not.
Ready. Right.
Did you see that?
What is her AC anyway? 2, 2, 2, 9.
I'm gone. Done.
Might as well.
All right.
Storeroom key, but that's... No, wait, there's a door here too. Doing the shitter? What's in the shitter? Got anything? Bloodfly.
I'm here. Right.
Someone's got
Alright.
blood in their stool, dude. Haven't been there either.
I'm gone.
Aye. Why not?
gone.
Not sure where we're going. Or honestly why. Oh yeah, she's showing me to where she found my body, that's right.
Right.
I'm gone. All right. Done.
"30 bandages. My limb.
I'm gone.
I am wounded.
Okay.
Your path is mine.
All right.
What's the word, Chief? It's hard.
I shall serve.
This is what I get for getting into a fight as well.
Your will be done.
Flies wouldn't even rest on your carcass.
Right now, we can go in again.
Damn.
It's the last of his blood charms? Yeah, like we're using them up like candy.
All right.
Light in the shadows.
I'd failed. What counts as shadows?
Like a shadow I am. Light in the shadows.
Okay, so
Done.
you can't detect traps while you are hidden. Yes. AT&T thieves are fucking garbage. I hate them so much.
You gotta face off this sledgehammer above. Ass. Epoxy bastard. You father of trolls.
I'm gone.
Whoa.
What's up? Okay.
What did you do? Has blindness mort. There we go.
It is I.
Get taunted, bitch.
What do you want to know?
All right.
Tenement key. Welcome back, Gibbs. Arch's account hack? Wait, what's going on?
Your face is just begging to be kicked.
I'm gone.
Delete it. I do feel a bit bad for him, to be honest. They're really getting his ass. Just one thing after the other, dude.
All right.
This massive iron gate is rusted shut. There's no way it'll open. This rickety dwelling looks as though it has stood for centuries. Its wooden walls are weathered and worn with age. A number of planks on this side of the structure appears to have been recently pried loose. How's the game? I don't like it. Like, obviously the gameplay
A
is...
few words to me, Fiendling.
The gameplay is obviously not great. It's, you know, old school AD&D, Baldur's Gate. You just auto-attack things. But I like the writing, and I like the setting. Like, the setting is a bit much. But that's the idea. Because it takes place in Sigil, which is basically the center of the multiverse. It's a city that's in the middle... I think... It's in the middle of the Outlands, which is outside of the rings of morality, if I understand it correctly. Like, there's a plane for everything. There's a plane for lawful good aligned morality, plane for chaotic good morality, etc. And Sigil is like outside of that. So we're basically in the realms where gods just walk around chilling, because this is where they live. And it leaves a lot of room for things to be very different. I don't know, I like that. I liked Torment as well, what I played of it, the newer one. People gave it a lot of shit, but I kind of liked it as well. It couldn't hurt you to say a few words to me, Fiendling.
Why, it could. Hurt you, that is.
Okay.
I'm gone. All right.
The Nameless one is kind of an interesting character as well. Mainly because you don't know anything about him, except that he's immortal and doesn't remember anything. Where are you going?
All right.
The dead Dabus with a hammer.
I'm gone.
And it's really... I like the aspect of the game where you can, like, talk to people and some things they say, or if you, like, know them from before, even though you don't know that you know them, that you can recall memories and stuff, which will randomly give you stat points as well. Like that tavern where the Burning Man just chilling around. We talked to the tavern keeper there, or the bartender, and it turns out that we like pawned our eye there. So I bought the eye back, and then we ripped our eye out. And we just put the old eye back in, and since we're immortal, it just reattached. And we got like some flashes of memories from that as well. But it has that like old school Black Isle style writing where things are kind of grim and dark, but at the same time there's a lot of witty humor in there. And it's not like cringy humor as well, for the most part. Just thankful. Can you even go up there? This is the place. I find you lying right here. There's a face. You stare in awe at the bizarre spectacle before you. What had appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable bricked wall now throbs and pulsates with movement. The wall expands with curious elasticity, heaving outward, as if some unseen force were trying to push its way through the barrier from the other side. Slowly, the undulating mass begins to settle, its curves becoming more and more pronounced. Find yourself at eye level with this stony caricature of a human face. What is that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Wow, fucking Scottish. Why are you Scottish? I don't know. Anna stares at the face in disbelief, her hands nervously fingering her daggers. But I'm for leaving, for we find out, eh? Not just yet. There is something. Suddenly, a strong breeze begins to blow around you, and the air is filled with an eerie sighing. The rushing wind grows stronger, and make out other sounds as well. The creaking of boards, the rustling of leaves, and the grinding of stones upon stone. After a few moments, the clamor ceases to be a cacophony of individual noises and begins to blend into one articulate sound. You can make out a voice that speaks softly, yet seems to come from all around you at once. You! It cannot be you! What? The wind around you has stopped, but the voice is still somehow present. You are restored again? I saw you destroyed. Destroyed? Where? I saw you destroyed here in front of me. I see all within me. Do you know what happened to me? Things that cast no shadow were shadow. They rose around you, poured you down. Do you not remember? You concentrate on the strange voice composed of sounds around you. Somewhere in the deepest recesses of your mind, there is a brief glimmer of recollection. You feel as though there is something vaguely familiar about the sounds. Close your eyes and try to remember. Boobies! Yes, you remember. The voice of the alley rings in your ears, scattering the images from your mind and returning you back to the present. Destroyed. As soon as I shall be. I cannot delay division much longer. Pressure builds. Soon stones will crumble and the floating ones will repair me to destruction. You're dying? Pressure is too much. Too many places folded inside. Not enough space. Must divide. Hide? It must be in the way. What are you talking about? I think it's pregnant. Oh. Freaky. So, where are we technically standing right now? I really don't know the answer to that, Mort. The voice continues. Help me to divide. Branch out, expand. New apertures will open. You may use them to travel to the lower ward. What do you need to divide? The floating one is upon me, repairing. It prevents me from dividing. I undo its repairs, but it returns again and again. Repairs anew. Must remove floating one. You want me to kill the Davis in the alley? Remove it. Only then can I divide. Very well. I'll remove the Davis for you.
Updated my journal.
Didn't have much choice.
Done.
Never mind, farewell.
I'm gone.
Is there a use thingy there? This dilapidated structure seems on the verge of collapse. Several boards have recently been nailed into place to reinforce the sagging building. There he is. If we do anything with this guy, though, the Lady of Pain's gonna get mad. You see a Davis. It is dressed in long flowing robes and is floating slightly above the ground. Greetings! It turns to face you. A series of symbols appear around its head. I must attend to my duties. No time to speak. Well, that doesn't leave much room for what to do. This is unfortunately, I believe, a forced section where you don't really have a lot of choice.
What is your will?
The Khan turns to you, his eyes like polished coal. His blade mirrors his eyes for a moment as you address him. Then he nods. What is your will? There are things I would know, the Khan. I will hear you. I wanted to ask you about our travels. The Khan waits. What can you tell me about the City of Sigil? It is known by the name Sigil among the people. It is known as the city does not know itself. Well, we already asked. Can I talk to you about your teachings? The Khan waits. Can you teach me anything of weapon craft, the Khan? The Khan shakes his head. I can redirect one towards the craft of war, but I cannot advance their skills. My weapons are not of steel, but of will and knowing of the self. Okay, so he can turn me into a mage. If I want. But I don't want that. Actually, I had some other questions instead.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
How did you die, Mort? No idea, Chief. I kinda forgot when I died. Can't say I blame myself much, at least there was something waiting for me after I died, even if it's life as a floating skull. I mean, it could have been worse. What happened to your body? I don't know, alright? It's just gone. Mort glares at you. But don't think I miss it, because I'm happy just the way I am. And I don't need your half-wit judgments or snide remarks, alright? Whatever, let's go. Come on, shake a leg. I see. I had some other questions. Can you read to me what's tattooed on my back again? Ah, come on, Chief. Don't tell me you forgot again. No, I think I want to hear all of it this time. Go ahead, refresh my memory. Bet I'm going to be hearing that a lot. Or clears his throat. Let's see. I know you feel like you've been drinking a few kegs of Styx wash, but you need to center yourself. Among your possessions is a journal that'll shed some light on the dark of the matter. Barrett can fill you in on the rest of the chant, if he's not in the dead book already. Keep going. I will. Hold on. Mort pauses for a moment. Alright, here's the last bit. Don't lose the journal, or we'll be up the sticks again. And whatever you do, do not tell anyone who or what happens to you, or they'll put you on a quick pilgrimage to the crematorium. Do what I tell you. Read the journal. then find Farad. Go on. What does it say after that? What are you talking about, Chief? There isn't any more. What about don't trust the skull?
Updated my journal.
Oh, that bit at the end. Well, I figured it was washed, so I didn't read that line out loud. Oh, really? And what do you think it means? You think it refers to you? I doubt it. I mean, you can trust me, right, Chief? Are you lying to me, Mort? No, come on. What's your problem, Chief? I haven't steered you wrong yet. Yet. I don't like the fact that you didn't read me that line, and I'd like to know what else you've neglected to mention since traveling together. Nothing! I told you everything. Well, almost everything, but nothing you need to know. But nothing, you know, dangerous. If there's anything else, I suggest you tell me now. Chief, seriously, there's nothing else. I wouldn't hold out on you. Alright then, Mort. I had some other questions. Mort, why didn't you tell me about that extra line of tattoos on my back? Figured it was wash. Whatever. I could use some advice. What do you think we should do next? Well, here's how I see things. Go on. The way I see it, it's your show here, Chief. There's not much I can say now that could help. Alright,
You know,
let's
I've
move
learned
on
some
then.
new tricks.
Oh, you leveled up from our little talk there.
What is it you want then?
I had a question about how you found my body. What? Well, what were you doing looking for bodies in the pregnant alley? I mean, you would have had to creep your way through the tenement, then past the Davis to get there. The place isn't even heavily trafficked, as the rest of the hive. So why would you even look for bodies there? Anna shrugs. Rest of the hive is picked clean, it is. Hard to find new spots to poach debtors, you do. As Anna speaks, you suddenly feel a crawling sensation in the back of your skull, and you suddenly realize she's lying to you. Are you sure, Anna? There must be something in your tone, because it stops Anna's tale dead for a moment. Then it resumes, a little slower than before. I think? She frowns. She seems a little uncertain. I don't usually go there to scarp debtors. To think of it, I'd never even been there before. I just kind of came across it. So why did you go there? I don't know. I just did. And lucky for you, I did. Or you'd still be there. The same crawling sensation as before worms up the back of your skull, and with it comes another realization. Anna's lying, but oddly enough, she doesn't know she's lying. Anna, were you compelled to go there? Is that how you found me?
Updated my journal.
She nods slowly. Mayhap. She gives a half-hearted shrug. It wasn't one of my usual haunts, but I couldn't help myself. I just wanted to see what was there that day. There you were, dead as a timber. She pauses. You were like a lodestone, you were. I don't know. I don't know what led me to find you. Curious. I had some other questions. Anna, did you find anything on my body before you brought it to the mortuary? Anna looks at you warily, and her tail stops flicking for a moment, then resumes, slower than before. Mayhap I found something on it, but if I found anything, it's mine by right. It is, the other bits are in Farad's keeping. Anna, I don't have time for games. What did you find on my corpse? Well, you had some fist irons, you did, and a little bit of jink, but I left that for the dusties, so they'd think I was a wee bit honest. You had an ugly ring that I kept. Dips her finger into her arm bracers, and pulls forth a small ring with a stone mounted on it. Worth thrice more than the jink and the irons it was. He studies the ring and squints. Too bad it's too ugly to wear. I'd like that ring back. Now. She studies the ring with a frown, glances at you, then back at the ring. With a sneer, she flicks the ring to you. Didn't want the ugly thing anyway, I didn't. Fine. Now, when you mentioned that some stuff from my body had gone into Farad's keeping, what did you mean? Aye. Farad takes a bit of each corpse we find. He does, it's his right, being lord of the village and all. Off of every corpse you find? That's a lot of corpses. Oh, aye. I hear tell old Stuttercrutch has got a stash pit somewhere close to him. It's the only reason I can see why he's set up Kip in that filthy draft hall. It is. Nothing but stinking shadows. Really? And that's where he puts the tribute again. Aye, she squints at you. Now what are you on about? You planning to bob him? After all that running around to get that sphere for him, getting next to nothing in return, I'm tempted to. I'm warning against such a thing, I am. Barrett can be daft sometimes, but he's mean as all fiend spit when he gets worked up. He frowns, and he loves his keepsakes, he does. But where would he keep it all? If he's been at the village, for as long as he says, he would have amassed quite a collection. Well, Anna is silent for a moment. I know he's never left his hall to get his tribute when he needed it. He wouldn't want to walk far with that lame leg of his, though. Aye, that's true, but only if you don't watch him careful. He isn't lame, though he puts on a fair show about being weak in the leg. So that crutch of his could be a portal key? Anna frowns in thought for a moment, then slowly nods her head. Aye, that's a thought, she shrugs. I wouldn't know how you'd use it, though. Maybe you just need to have it. Maybe we'll find out. I have some other questions. Tell me a little bit about Farad. Old Stuttercrutch? He's me da. Well, not me real da. Ah. He found me when I was a wee girl, Anna shrugs. He needed a collector to crawl into places the rest of his fat gullies couldn't squirm, so he took me under his crutch. I didn't think you looked him much alike anyway. Anna's eyes narrow, and her tail begins to lash back and forth. And what do you mean by that, then? I meant that you don't look much like a human. I meant that you don't look like each other. Oh, now what could have tipped you off for that? My hair? My skin? I can't think of anything else. Anna slaps herself lightly on the forehead, then sneers sarcastically. Maybe it was the tail. Oh, aye, that might have been it. You're so much sharper than I am. You are a real gem. What in the hell is your problem? That ugly, stooped, greedy... I meant it's hard to see any resemblance between that ugly, stooped, greedy, smelly gutter troll and you. Forget it. Let's move on. Level up, Anna. Fighter Thief. Thief skills. This is gonna be the same deal as Baldur's Gate. Since you can't tell how much you need, it's just gonna be 50-50 detect traps, open doors, and stealth and pickpocket completely neglected. Unfortunately, very little other ways to do it. Greetings! Greetings! Well, said, not much other solutions, it seems.
Done.
Let's head in here again.
Done.
There is a dead Davis here with a hammer. I'm just wondering if the hammer might be some kind of bigger item. Greetings! Well, I guess not. I don't know if that's literally the only solution or...
I'm gone.
if there might be another solution if you're smarter or something. As you approach the stone face, the various ambient sounds of the alley once again assault your ears, and through them the voice speaks. You have returned. I've killed the Davis. He won't be interfering any longer. The voice of the alley is silent. For a long moment, as if contemplating your words. Should not have destroyed the floating one. You draw the attention of the bladed one. Painbringer she is. I had to kill him. It was the only way I could get him to stop repairing. Still cannot divide. Too weak. Cannot undo floating one's repairs. Its changes must be reversed before I can divide. You must undo the floating one's repairs for me. Want me to undo the Davis's changes? How? Seek out the parts of me the floating one has changed. Reverse the changes. Undo the repairs. Must be exact, precise. Only then can I divide. Very well.
Updated my journal.
There were like 2 spots.
I'm gone.
The dilapidated structure seems to be on the verge of collapse. Several boards have recently been nailed into place to reinforce the sagging building. Examine the structure more closely. It appears as if the Davis was in the process of repairing this building. Several newer and sturdier boards have been nailed into place over the old ones. With the right tool, it may be possible to reverse the repairs. Use the pry bar to loosen the boards. One by one, pry loose the fresh boards from the base of the building. As the last board comes free, the building emits a loud groan as its weight shifts unsteadily upon its now unsupported frame. The rickety dwelling looks as though it has stood for centuries. Its wooden walls are weathered and worn with age. A number of planks on this side of the structure appears to have been recently pried loose. Examine the structure. It appears as though the Davis was attempting to tear down this ancient structure. Several boards are loose upon the building's frame, their nails nearly pried all the way out. Use the hammer to nail the boards back into place. You hammer the boards neatly back into place. Taking a step back to examine your handiwork, you notice that, strangely enough, the building no longer appears quite as old as it did at first glance. There was nothing here. Nope. That's it. Should be. Oh, can you go up here somewhere? Gee, maybe there were other solutions. Wait. Never mind. I sure don't seem to be able to get there. This dark recess descends for a few feet before ending abruptly in a solid rock face. And unless you can like walk there now. No.
I'm gone.
I have reversed the repairs you have asked. Yes, all is in order. I am grateful. Again the wind begins to blow around you, this time with fierce intensity. The omnipresent sounds of the alley begin to increase in volume until the soft murmuring of the voice is nearly drowned out by the ensuing racket. Now you must go. Division begins. Way is now open to you. Farewell then.
Updated my journal.
The stone face before you begins to transform once again, its mass shifting and roiling as you look on. The entire wall seems to melt before your eyes, exposing a narrow passageway beyond. The ground underfoot suddenly begins to rock violently. The soft sighing of the wind intensifies to a more urgent, almost human-like moaning. You can hear the sounds of crashing stones and snapping boards all around you as you dash into the passageway.
Updated my journal.
That could help that alleyway give birth.
I feel stronger.
Oh! You there, sir! You look like you might be interested in some fine clothes. Is this the one? It's a skull, ain't it? That's what he wants. Grab it. What in the hells? Hey, let go! Let go! Help! Help me! Hey, give me my mort back. I need my equipment! I mean, he dropped everything, but what I mean is, I want my equipment slots! Ah, Jesus Christ, dude. Corpse flies. Do we have any corpse flies? Don't. I think we can drop that hammer. Detonation's key should be able to drop that, but too scared. She can equip another weapon. Oh, it's not identified. Fair enough, fair enough. Ring of the Traveler, another one. Alright. +1 AC, also known as -1 AC. Bone Dagger. We leveled up, +1 strength gained from specialization bonus. Fighting skills improved, characteristic gained. Or con. See if we can do anything with the book. Unhook the bone frame and read the scrap of skin inside. This scrap of skin is covered in writing. It looks like someone kept writing over it again and again until it is almost illegible. Nonetheless, you can make out some of the words and some of the symbols. Trapped! Trapped! Ladies will be done. Dodge her gaze. Too many I kill. Too many strangle and kill and stop the breath in their throats. There's a way out, I know it, and then I'll give the bladed one the laugh. Blah 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 blah. The pages together. No. Say anything of worth. can't use daggers? What? Why? That's so weird. I can use the bone dagger, but she can't, and she's a fighter thief. Only wants fist weapons. Which is strange because they in the dialogue they talk about her putting her daggers away. Faction. A group of individuals who hold similar beliefs about the nature of the multiverse. Belief is power on the planes. If enough people believe in an idea, that idea may become reality. Faction, Free League, Indips. Motto, Indips are individualistic bloods who have banded together to protect themselves from the other factions. Truth? There is no truth. Just live free or die. The others have no allegiance. So we're still through through neutral. Yeah. And I want to try staying true neutral. Somehow. So hello, Morg. How you doing? These up here. Oh, stack those. Mort just got whisked away, so I'm trying to fit everything in my inventory. There's so many useless things here, though. We're at Skull. Dustman request. Contact the necromancer responsible for raising contractual worker 42. Imagine grouping together with other individuals. Irony if that just hit me. Yeah, it's a group of individuals. Premium Rat Charm. A pouch. I have a pouch. Heart charm. I really wish there were some containers in this game, like in Baldur's Gate 2. This game came out after Baldur's Gate 2, didn't it? Or did it come out before? It feels like it came out after. Because it feels more... I don't know, more advanced graphics-wise, I suppose. And in Baldur's Gate 2, they had a lot of those things. Let's see, we should be good now. Got some hammers there and some were-rats. Can do without the were-rat skulls. Hello, Korur. Why are you standing here, flexing? $19.99. Yeah, I don't remember when Baldur's Gate 2 came out. I'm terrible with years. You see a middle-aged man wearing dusty clothes. He does not appear to be in the best of health. His skin is pale yellow, and you see an occasional pustule along his arms. Greetings! He turns and glances at you from behind hollow eyes. His eyes narrow in suspicion as he continues to glance around. What do you want? His voice is raspy. I have some questions. He turns his attention to you. Why you bothering me for? I look the part of a tout? You're available. He looks at you and snorts, "Lucky me. Now get. I don't got the time for this." He turns away. Come here, dude. You see a middle-aged man wearing dusty clothes. Back again, huh? He frowns at you. What now? I want to be a better warrior. Can you help me better my skills? Well, what exactly do you want training in? Can you tell me if I'm ready for more instruction? I think I could teach you a bit more. I'm ready. What can you teach me? Clubs, axes, hammers. I only found out they made a second one about 5 years ago. I'm just a Torment kind of guy. I never got anywhere with Baldur's Gate, not for want of trying. Yeah, I recently played both Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on stream. That's partially why I'm playing Torment, or Planescape Torment right now, because I want to play Torment after that as well. I just finished playing Pathfinder. And Baldur's Gate 1 is awful, so I don't fault anyone for not getting through that to Baldur's Gate 2. I just recommend people to skip 1 entirely, like it's a completely pointless game. You only get like a few minor references for the second game. Let's go with hammers. Teach me how to use hammers. Or... Yeah, hammers. Hammers, eh? Well, I can teach you if you want. Yes, I'd like to learn to use a weapon. Well, here we go. You ready? Ah, well, that's it, I guess. Now what? Teach me more. Hammers. Hammers, eh? Yes. Oh, there you go. Well, that's it, I guess. Teach me more. Hammers. Yes. Oh, there you go. Teach me how to use hammers. Oh, there you go. Thank you. I'd like to learn more weapons. Hammers. Yes. Well, nothing more I can teach you right now. Not unless you've devoted your whole life to being a warrior. You've got to specialize in being a warrior if you want to get better. You've not got that devotion to fighting craft. Only when you've turned your body into a weapon can you learn more from me. Thank you. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Okay. I'm gonna assume it's like Baldur's Gate 2, where you can get up to 5, which is Grand Mastery. If it's like Baldur's Gate 2, then everything after 2 is just like minor upgrades. But everything works. Alright, so to the Alley of Lingering Sighs.
I'm gone.
Vorten. Hello, Vorten. You look special. You see a Harmonium officer. He gives you a bored look as you approach. Greetings. He gives you a bored look. Greetings, citizen. Measure 3 Vorten at your service. I have some questions. He sighs. I don't mean to be rude, but I am on duty and have no time for questions. He pauses. If you would like information, go talk to Ebb Creekneys. Dude, I already talked to him. Never mind. Farewell. Kina. This woman has a yellow cast to her skin and severe features. Severe features? What does that mean? Tattoos cover her body, and she wears a long blade at her side. Her eyes are like 2 small black pearls. As you approach her, they follow Dakon's movements. Before you reach her, Dakon breaks in. I would have you hear me. No, be silent. What is it, Dakon? It is my will that we not speak to this woman. Why not? She is a Zerth. Our wills are crossed blades. We have no common ground. Very well then, we will not. You have my gratitude. Think nothing of it. Alright. Guildspur. You see a florid, boisterous man. He's shouting and carrying on like there's a war that's about to come through. Like he's got something lodged in his intestines. Like he's too excited about something to talk in a normal tone of voice. His rapid-fire delivery makes it difficult to understand him. You, sir, you there. You look like you could use something. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but give me time, and I'll have it figured out on the spot. You need rooms? I've got rooms. You need supplies? I've got supplies. What are you selling? Oh, get rid of some shit. If he wants to buy anything, that is. Random battle axe. Why do I have a pouch? Stinger earring. +2 to armor class. But that depends on if it stacks with the ring. But we can buy it anyway. It's better than the ring regardless. It does stack. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of shit here. You want to buy these? Ingress's teeth. They just ripped the teeth out of his mouth before they stole him. Like, the rule of threes earring. It was so weird to get it. And it's so useless that I kind of want to keep it. Like, I feel like it's supposed to be something more. It probably isn't. But I just don't know. This is about the furthest I've gotten, I think. Should buy some blood charms. You have one? Oh, you have one blood charm. Alright, dude. He has normal cheese and he has poison cheese. I'm gonna buy both. We need cheese. Alright, did we sell everything? Seems like it. Let's talk about trades. Then you've chosen the right man to talk to. I buy, I sell, I lease room. I can get you nearly anything. What do you have? Let's rest. At least it will finally become day. I was getting sick of the night. The marketplace. That sounds good. Hello, Drixel. You see a tall man in plate armor. The armor is unusual construction with spikes flaring from the shoulders, elbows, and forearms. He nods at your approach. Good day, citizen. Greetings. How may I help you, citizen? He gives you a friendly look. I have some questions. He smiles. Certainly, citizen. I had a skull, and it's been stolen from me. Do you know anyone who would do such a thing? He stares at you for some time before answering. That sounds like something that Lothar, the master of the bones, would do. He glances around nervously, and then talks softly to you. Well, not Lothar himself, but one of his henchmen. Lothar keeps his nose clean. Where can I find this Lothar? He gives you a dumbfounded look, starts to say something, stops, and then starts again. Well, no one knows for certain where Lothar is, citizen. He hasn't broken any laws that we know of, so we at the Harmonium leave him be. I'd suggest you do the same. Why? He gives you an annoyed look. Because, Burke, you don't mess with someone as powerful as Lothar without an extremely good reason, and lots of friends backing you up. That's why. I still need to find him. He stares at you for some time before answering. Very well. You can find the entrance to his kip in a wrecked building here in the ward. He begins to look through you, rather than at you. Thank you. I have some other questions. Certainly, citizen. I'm looking for someone named Lothar. Who are you? He gives you a slight bow. I am Harmonium Guard Drixel, citizen. I keep the peace here at the market. I have other questions. Thank you. Farewell.
All right.
We don't need to ask for the people. We can just talk to. What did I do? Somehow fucked up Twitch big time. You see an older man with long white hair and weathered yellow skin. He stands tall despite his obvious age. He smiles and gives you a slight bow. Greetings. And to you as well, Cutter. How may I serve you? He raises his eyebrow as he awaits your answer. I'm interested in what you have for sale. Oh, yes. Thrice Blind Charm. Evokes blindness. Magus Shield. Essentially using the same spells and glyphs as its predecessors. The Magus Shield is better able to focus the energy of the enchantments placed upon it. Oh, it's just armor. Displays a ring. +2 to armor class. Sadistic frame. But what I really wanted was more blood charms. But you only have one too? No, come on. Am I stupid? It's a double click. You won't let me buy multiple. Oh, it's because my slots are full. Wow, that's weird. I need another 30.
Done.
Alright. You see an older, stern-looking man. His face is a mixture of wrinkles and frown lines. Greetings. He gives you a quick, stiff bow. Aye, greeting to you as well. Hans is me name. What you be needing? I have some questions. He gives you a toothless grin. I reckon I got time to give you the chant. What you be needing to know? What's the furnace used for? He glances at the furnace, then lowers his voice. The furnace does nothing other than teach me lazy boy's responsibility. That boy is always yapping and talking and such. Reckons himself a scholar and don't know the value of real work. If you have a serious questions, well, he may be better to ask than me. Okay. I need to buy some weapons. Armor, 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 armor. Armor. I mean, I have a chest slot. So eventually we have to find some kind of armor. You see a large, blustery merchant. He looks to be totally hairless, and his pale yellow skin is scarred, as if from some burns. He looks at you intently as you approach. Greetings. He smiles at you. Greetings. I'm Cinder. I heard about ya. There be the scarred, clueless fella that be going around the wars, asking questions. What can I be helping you with? You look like you have a few scars yourself. He frowns, then begins to laugh. Aye, that I do. Few years back I had me a kip set up in the hive. Some barmy mage decided to burn the ward right out of Sigil. Almost took me with it. Sick for a month I was. A month? That's not all that long. He nods and gets a faraway look for a moment. Aye, it could have been worse. Local mage healed me. Fixed the scars and all. Could have grown my hair back, but I kinda like the look. Do you think this mage could help me with my scars? He looks you over, then shrugs. I don't see why not. Your scars don't look that bad. He looks at you closely. Aye, now's who to say. You should talk to him yourself. Name's Sebastian. And he sets his kip up over by the foundry. I may do that. I have some questions for you. Need to buy some weapons. He gestures across the market. If you're wanting ants then. Skips over by the furnace. I need to buy some magic items. He gestures across the market. If you're wanting Alec then. He sets his kip up by the far end, over by the furnace. What do you do then? I'm interested in spells. He smiles. I think I can help you. Let me show you my wares. Is it available? Not. Oh well. Sword of Confusion, Force Missile, Shroud and Shadows, Remove Curse. I was looking for Talk to the Undead, whatever it's called. We didn't get the skill, because we just slaughtered the entire undead town. The caster chooses any single target within range, then a stream of small meteors rain down and strike the target and surrounding area. One meteor for each level of experience up to a maximum of 10. Each missile that hits inflicts 1 to 2 points of blunt damage and 1 to 4 points of fire damage. Anyone within 3 feet of the target takes 1 point of fire damage as well. Oh, terrible. It doesn't really have any. So let's not buy anything. Lord Gort Zerb. Iron Picket. Xanthia.
All right.
Don't have...
My lungs feel like a chimney.
Lungs feel like a chimney? That bad here? Slaves. The warehouse. The print shop.
I shall serve.
Siege tower.
Done.
Grosuk. I want to talk to you, Grosuk. I was looking for Sebastian. The pawn shop. Oh, so this is actually a store?
All right.
Broka, Mika. You see a diminutive man with a bit of waddle to his walk. His voice betrays a nearly comedic accent. By all the powers in their celestial outhouses, what is this? His partner, a diminutive woman with a braying voice, gives you a quick glance and replies, It's a customer, you dolt, as I've been telling you for ages. I told you we'd get customers, but you never believed me, and now we have one. Are you ready for him? This, well, dead-looking man. Of course I'm ready for him. I'm always ready, for whatever customers we have. He turns to you. What can I do for you today? Let's talk about trades. Cheese, cockroach charm, glass eye. -1 to damage with all attacks. Taco -1. Okay. Crimson Sphere Earring. Not usable by Ignis. Resistance to fire, resistance to magical fire. I'm buying the glass eye. Why? I don't know. Shard of Fate. These gauntlets have been created from special crystals found only on the plains of Beator. When struck by these gauntlets, the crystals will shatter into thousands of pieces, tearing into the flesh and bone of those unlucky enough to be struck. Although heavy metal plates protect the user's hands, there remains a slight chance that some of the shards may strike the user. 1 to 100 damage piercing. See? Buy that earring. There are so many things we can throw away here. If we want to. Alright. Might be good to have, maybe, if we fight something with fire. If it stacks with that. How much fire resistance do we have now? 25. With that. 35. Yeah, it stacks. So if we ever have to fight something fire. Now this 7 AC is better than 9, I suppose. It still sucks ass though. Glass eye. Do I have a glass eye in my pocket? Micah, the dead one has returned, Broca. The dead one has returned. I can see that. Do you think I can't see that? Of course I can see that. I have eyes, don't I? He turns to you. What can we do for you today? Who is she? 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 She is my devoted wife of some 20 years in the light of my life and the greatest gift ever to enter his life, isn't that right? I saved him, you see, from the life his parents had planned for him, and he promised to take me away from all this, and instead what you see is the life he gave me. I tell you, it would be enough to drive a body to drink. If she weren't already there. She's the biggest bubber this side of the hive, sir, and she's been that way for years. I tell you, years. You drink the river Oceanus, and still be thirsty if it were made of alcohol. The two of them continue to squabble, ignoring you. I had a few questions. They're so busy shouting at each other that they don't pay any attention to you. The shop rapidly fills with their words. Our customer! Our customer, Micah! Our customer has returned. I have eyes, can I not see? I see him, I see him. Stop pestering me, you wizened old bag of bones. She turns to you and modulates her voice. What can old Micah do for you? Can you tell me about the area? I'm sure my husband here will be more than delighted to tell you about the civic fest halls and the brothel. She sniffs, but my tastes run more toward her tastes run toward whatever can make her belly larger. Her taste is entirely in her mouth, and even then she has precious little. Precious little judgment too, I say, because I allow your words to sway me away from a promising future, and now The two of them hurl themselves headlong into pointed bickering. I had a few more questions. Talk to them again. Can you tell me about yourself? Me? Want to know about me? Micah, he wants to know about me. He's just being polite. He doesn't really care. You have nothing useful to say anyway. You're the owner of a pawn shop. That's all you'll ever be because you lack ambition. I lack ambition? Lack ambition? If I didn't have a lodestone of this wife in this life, I'd be something. But no. Instead, I'm a storekeeper instead of a grand adventurer. The two of them degenerate into a shouting match, ignoring you. Who's he? He's Broca. He's my husband of 20-some years. Though his inconstant nature makes it hard to believe he has not strayed in that time. It certainly does make it hard to believe. All those chances thrown away, when I could have been having the time of my life. To be sure, the goats on the farm must miss your tender ministrations. Broca purples, and the two of them fall into what sounds like the latest in a long, long series of arguments. Their attentions are entirely devoted to each other. They ignore you. Can you tell me about yourself? No, I'm talking to Micah. What can you tell me of the factions? The factions? The factions? Ah, all they have done is tax this poor shop nearly to death, driven us to the hive or worse, and make Broca even less of a man than he already is. You shut your mouth. I'm more than a man than you'll ever be. He pauses, reconsiders his words, and eyes his wife critically. Perhaps not. To be sure, you have more of a mustache than most men I've ever seen. She splutters incoherently for a moment, and then launches into a tirade that blisters your ears. And soon Broca is shouting as loudly. They ignore you. Farewell then.
All right.
Alrighty. Why is there a locked thing here? I'm sure they don't care if I steal it.
Might as well.
Done.
You don't mind, right? Nope, they don't care. I don't know if they care in this game.
All
So
right.
far, it does not seem like it is. Lenny. You can't determine what this odd device is. You see a feral-looking man in shoddy clothes. His eyes dart about as he scans his surroundings. He notices your approach and begins eyeing you warily. Greetings! He looks you up and down, then glances about. Returning his attention to you, he gives you a wicked grin. You had best have a good reason for disturbing Lenny, Burke. I have some questions. He laughs at you. I ain't no tout. If you've got questions, go find one. His smile broadens. You'd best push off before I have to bleed ya. I just need to ask you a few questions. He stops smiling and frowns at you. No, I don't answer questions, Burke. I told you to go find a tout. Now get! He glares at you. Fine. Farewell. The coffin maker. I thought Sebastian was in here somewhere.
I'm gone.
None of those are Sebastian. Is he up in here?
I'm gone.
Gated community? The siege tower, print shop, warehouse, pawn shop. A wrecked house. Godsman Guard. Let's go check the wrecked house. Looks a little out of place here. Wait, no. Wasn't that where she said Lothar was gonna be? Ah, whatever. Let's take a look.
Done.
Looks spooky. This unusual window allows some light to filter into the room, and it casts strange colored shadows across the walls and floor. Whatever purpose these barrels once served, they are now just flotsam strewn around the room. But I'll be right back. Bathroom break. There we go. So, this appears to be a ladder constructed from the bones of many creatures. I do not remember this
I have been
place.
here before. This time I will not leave.
What?
What is your will?
There are things I would know, Dakan. I will not leave. What? Shelf of Skulls. Thank the powers you're here, Chief. Get me out of here. What are you doing up there? Those were-rat vermin nicked me and brought me here. Come on, boss. We gotta get out of here. This place is bad news. Why don't you just float down? I can't. I've tried. Come on. Get me down before... A flash of light and smoke blinds you for a moment, and a withered old man stands before you. Have we visitors, Skull? Oh no, Mort whispers furiously to you. Do not offend this blood, boss. He'll deadbook you faster than you can spit. The old man ignores Mort. Greetings, traveler. Who might you be to enter Lothar's humble salon without invitation? You've kidnapped my friend. Give him back, now. Kidnapped? Your friend? I have done no such thing. Where is this friend? Mort speaks up. His voice sounds miserable, scared and deferential. It's obvious that in Mort's opinion, this Lothar character is no one to cross. He means me. Look, sir, just let me go and we'll let this go. Water under the ditch, eh? I did not give you permission to speak, Skull. Mort quails under Lothar's grim voice. Scarred one, if you wish the skull back, you must fetch me a skull of greater value from the catacomb below. I will not bargain for something that is already mine. Accept or not. Is mine. Lothar's hands tighten on his staff. The skull is mine. If you press the issue, I will take yours as well. Boss, don't push it. Let it go. The skull speaks wisely. Heed it. I don't think so. Give him back or suffer the consequences. The old man's eyes gleam, and he chants out a twisted face of arcane syllables. Pain racks your body. Darkness closes in. Ah! You have tested your immortality against the wrong creature and have been destroyed. Okay, that's lame, but sure, whatever. Get me out of here. Why? Those were-rat vermin nicked me and brought me here. Come on, boss. We gotta get out of here. This place is bad news. I don't know. It'll cozy up there with all the other skulls. Stop joking around, boss. We had to get out of here before. A flash of light and smoke blinds you for a moment, and a withered old man stands before you. Have we visitors, Skull? Oh no, Mort whispers furiously to you. Do not offend this blood boss. He'll deadbook you faster than you can spit. The old man ignores Mort. Greetings, traveler. Who might you be to enter Lothar's humble salon without invitation? You've kidnapped my friend. Give him back, now. Kidnapped? Your friend? I have done no such thing. Where is this friend? Mort speaks up. His voice sounds miserable. Scared, deferential. It's obvious that in Mort's opinion, this Lothar character is no one to cross. He means me. Look, sir, just let me go and we'll let this go. Water under the ditch, eh? I did not give you permission to speak, Skull. Mort quails under Lothar's grim voice. Scarred one. If you wish the skull back, you must fetch me a skull of greater value from the catacombs below. I will not bargain for something that is already mine. Accept or not. It was never yours, or anyone's, to begin with. Your ignorance is astonishing. You truly know very little about very little. Now, fetch me another skull to replace him, or say farewell to your friend. Fine. How do I get another skull that's worth what he's worth? Move aside the divan? Move aside the what? Is it a couch? A divan is a piece of couch-like sitting furniture in some countries. A box spring based bed. Box spring based bed. Divan. Divan. Something like that. Move aside the divan in the center of the room. Pass through the portal on the eastern wall in the chambers below to the catacombs. The portal will remain active for your return. In the catacombs, many skulls. One of great value lies within the interned crypts of the Dustmen, beyond the drowned nations. Bring that skull to me, as my Weirrat minions have failed to do, and I will see to it that your friend is returned to you. Perhaps I should even answer some questions for you. I've been to the tomb you speak of. It is empty.
Updated my journal.
What is the meaning of this? The tomb was so well trapped, so well defended from scrying magics, that it was a challenge even for me. There must be some explanation for this. And he draws out his words angrily and slowly. You will provide it to me. Go through the portal in the chambers below and seek the answers. It was my own tomb. Oh, right. I believe it was a trap to discourage the grave robbers who prey on such crypts. There is some merit in what you say, yet there is something about that crypt that spoke of much promise. I will think on this, and I encourage you to do the same. He turns away and turns back to you almost immediately. Bring me another skull, then, and our agreement shall be as before. Do not try to deceive me with just any skull either. I am something of a connoisseur. Return when you have something of value to me. Very well. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Dude. Where is it? Want that? Skull of this Silent King? That good enough? You have returned, I see. And do you have a skull for me? I have the skull of the Silent King, ruler of the dead nations. Lothar takes the skull of the Silent King from you and gently cradles it. Silent King, yes? This will be satisfactory indeed. He whispers to the skull. You shall reveal all your secrets to me, my newest friend. His fingers twist through an arcane gesture. Your friend will be waiting for you above ground, where you came in. Have your answers from me. I have many questions. Keep it quick, scarred one. I cannot tarry all day. Why am I immortal?
Updated my journal.
Your mortality, your soul, if you will, that which allows you to live and die, is gone from you. It was stripped from you by magical means, by the night hag Ravel Puzzlewell. Your mortality is the key to your existence. When you find it, you will find your answers. Tell me about this Ravel. Ravel Puzzlewell is an enigma, even among the night hags. Some would call her barmy. Others say she plays a deeper game than any can see through. She is evil, through and through. Making the fiends you'll see in the area seem positively divine when compared to her. She is out of the reach of men now, thank the powers, for she was mazed by the Lady of Pain. Mazed? How do I find her? Mazes are like pocket dimensions, small places between places. For each one you need to find a portal and a key. I do not know where the door or the key are. Perhaps you should seek some of your old acquaintances. You have certainly left a trail of them behind. They will find you, no doubt. Pray they mean you well. Perhaps you should visit the Civic Fest Hall, and they have many answers there. What did Ravel do?
Updated my journal.
She was a maker of toys and puzzles, a solver of problems that didn't need solving. She decided that Sigil, the cage, was the largest puzzle box of all, and set herself to undo it. To let in the army of fiends at her disposal, no doubt, to upset the balance of the city, and turn the entire burg into a charnel house. Pray to any power you hold dear, with thanks she did not succeed. I will find her then, and force her to return my immortality. Farewell. I wish to avail myself of your healing prowess. You have to sell, dude. Speak with the dead. Level 3 priest. Ah, okay, we only need to find a priest then. This spell allows the nameless one to initiate a dialogue with a dead body within speaking range. I don't have that. But yeah, we just need a priest. I would like some more questions answered. Keep it quick, guard one. I cannot tarry all day. Why have I lost my memory? It's a side effect of losing your mortality. Yeah.
All right.
This skull's voice is low and raspy, the sound of flint and steel. I think I've seen you before, stranger. Where have you seen me? Cursed. Gate town of Carceri. What was I doing there? What were you doing there? You were babbling something about some Burke trying to kill you and wandering into all the wrong places. Well, you were obviously barmy and all, so me and some of my friends rolled you. Stuck a shiv in you and divvied up your stuff. It was right after that I was betrayed, but not before I hid some of that stuff. Where is it? I ain't tellin'. Maybe someday I'll get a body back and go for it myself. And maybe I won't. But right now it gives me great joy to see you wandering. Good luck finding it. The skull falls silent, and no amount of cajoling can convince it to speak. Bastard. But a strangely shaped skull emits a high-pitched chitter before it speaks to you. Can I help you? Who are you? I'm Goatscomb. I was a were-rat. Were-rat? How many were-beasts are there anyway? Oh, a great number. Ravens, wolves, bears, badgers, and even crocodiles. It's like all the animals in the beastlands have a lycanthropic counterpart. It's quite interesting, really. How do you kill a werebeast? Killing a lycanthrope is easy. Just find a silver or magic weapon and stick 'em. Normal weapons don't work so well, though. Was the time I got folks to shoot me full of arrows. Didn't do nothing but sting. I looked like a porcupine. Thanks. Farewell. Where the fuck is Mort? His skull speaks with a deep voice and a jocular tone. Have you come to learn the truth? I have truth aplenty. Tell me of yourself. I am Stern, one of the great practitioners of personal peace, through intensive redirection of hostilities. A hiss escapes this skull's teeth. You mean you're a wizard, an assassin and a poisoner? However you choose to define it, Grim Scalp, Stern turns his attention back to you. I was the best of the lot, so it said. Then how did you wind up here? Funny you should mention that. I had a black book given to me in order that I might puzzle out its secrets. I unlocked its power for a terrible price, one I would gladly pay again, and sharpened my edge considerably. Little did I realize that the book would betray me to another, a mewling rat thing that overwhelmed me in a wave of rodents, and tore the flesh from my living bones. The rat went through a series of disciples, each of them betrayed by the book, until it wound up in the possession of the rat-man Mantuok. If you find this book, accept its powers and be rid of it before you suffer the same fate. I couldn't find Mantuok. I tried finding him, but he wasn't there. My thanks. What can you tell me of Lothar?
Updated my journal.
What can I tell you of Lothar? I will tell you nothing. Even this bare existence is better than the oblivion he promises should I speak his secrets. You can tell me. You get the distinct impression Stern Skull is sneering at you, and gain merely your friendship. Bah, there's nothing you can offer me, no service nor item, that will impel me to betray Lothar to you. Be gone. Farewell, then. The skull exhales... Oh, yeah, he said Mort was going to be upstairs. That's what he said. So, still, we can talk to these. The skull exhales languorously and speaks in a sultry voice. Why do you disturb my rest? There's been so much happening of late, and while I welcome the sensation, I must confess to desiring the sense of quiet. Tell me about yourself. I was, ocean before the storm, a sensate. Now, alas, I am merely decoration. A sensate? What's that? A sensate is a member of the Society of Sensation, one of the factions of Sigil, located in the Civic Fest Hall in the Clerk's Ward, which holds that the universe can be understood and manipulated only through the senses, and therefore we should accumulate as many varied experiences as possible. I believe I have reached the quota on sitting on a dusty shelf. My boredom threshold is low. Can I do anything for you? No, but you're kind to ask. Once I threw myself off the shelf and shattered. Next thing I knew, I was back on the shelf and we were all glued here. When Lothar tires of me, he'll dispose of me. What are you doing here? Why, I sit on the shelf and gather dust until one of Lothar's rat minions takes it into his head that I need brushing. I answer questions for Lothar, and that is the extent of this miserable existence. No, I mean, how did you get here? It's a long story that has to do with Ravel Puzzlewell, the night hag. Like to hear the whole story? I suppose. Very well. I was working in the Civic Fest Hall, the headquarters of the Sensates, in the Sensoriums. Ravel Puzzlewell, may the powers curse her black soul, had been coming there to find answers to riddles she had encountered. She was a masterful solver of puzzles. Those that left our best minds baffled were but gauze to the force of her reason. Yet she had found difficulties that required outside answers. I heard that she was there to unlock the secrets of Sigil itself. Go on. Horrible ugly she was, taking no pains to use her magic to disguise her form, as I've heard she does, or rather did, from time to time. And that fiendish exterior frightened off many a potential factioneer. Still, I had to ask her what she was about, and whether she could teach me what she knew. That sounds like it could have been a mistake. It was. She offered me a bargain, for she dwelt and dealt in riddles. If she were to answer my question, I must agree to answer one of hers. If I missed the answer, my life was hers. I agreed. She told me that she intended to unlock the puzzle of the cage, to open it to all who wished to enter. Powers, fiends, celestials, Modrons, and Slotty, not to mention any inner planar beings who chose to come along. The most important part of her was that we all should know that the mystery that had baffled them for so long was unraveled by Ravel. What happened next? She asked her question. I could not answer it, though she assured me the answer was plain as the nose on her face. My fellow sensates found me screaming in the sensorium when they arrived the next morning. I begged them to kill me, and they complied. None even suggested that I relish the new experience. So horrible was it. And here I am now. And here I am. Now I must rest. What was the question?
Dated my journal.
It was, how does one change the nature of a man? I thought hard on her answer and said, with love. She said all people love themselves too much to be changed by something as simple as love. And then, I must rest now. In the back of your mind, you seem to see a hook-nosed figure with ebon skin asking you a similar question, but you cannot remember your answer. Answer just a few more questions for me. The skull stares blankly and says nothing. Very well then. Where does this lead anyway? Hello, Mantuok. There you are. I've been looking for you, dude. We see a half-man/half-rat hybrid. Its red eyes gleam with a certain cunning, and the voice that issues from its mouth is oily and insinuating. So, a biped comes slinking into the nest of Lothar's servants. What do you want, man? And where do you intend to go? What? Step lightly, intruder, and speak the truth to Mantuok. Is Lothar and Many as One affiliated somehow? Who are you? I am Mantuok. I am the voice of Many as One, and the emissary of Lothar, master of the bones. I speak here, and you answer. What do you want here? You work for both of them. Doesn't that test your loyalty? And why should it, The master knows the secrets of power, and the many know the secrets of the city. Perhaps someday I shall play them against each other and become the greater for it. Many as One sees many advantages in such an arrangement, and the conversion of the buried village dwellers can help to extend the reach of Lothar and Many as One. All benefit, yes? Now, what is your purpose here? None of your business? All that transpires here is my business. Speak, or my ratkin shall feast on your flesh for eternity. As I said, none of your business. Mantuok's mouth tightens, and he chitters to himself. Well then, I will taste your blood and learn the secrets of your flesh. Rats, to me! He strikes. Come on, Mantuok. Come here, bitch!
All right.
Is he dead? No. There he is. There he dies.
Done.
Why not?
This is simply revenge for locking me up. Was not a huge fan of that. Skull of Mantuok. Maybe he'll want that. Who knows? Mantuok's book.
Done.
Hello there.
The clock sings true.
Damn.
This is what a true neutral character would do like. He would slaughter everything.
Endure.
Just slaughtering you indiscriminately. You have identify ready. You do. Jeez. Maybe you can give many swans and poisoned cheese. The Grimoire of Pestilential Thought. This black-bound tome seems to radiate a slight rotting smell, and the covers are unpleasant to the touch, like uncured human flesh left out in the sun. Rusted buckles on the covers seal it against the elements. It is the Grimoire of Pestilential Thought, an arcane tome created ages ago for purposes unknown, the purpose of which is to teach mortals the nature of evil. Some sages warn against its use, while others urge it. It is said to grant mighty magical powers when services are performed for it.
I hear your words.
That mean? As you touch this book, you hear a voice. I greet thee, master. How may this humble tome serve you? You can talk? That I can, master. In many different languages. Only you should take care that none see us conversing, for they cannot hear me. And master, speech is but one of my powers. How did Mantua come to possess you? The deceased rat mage unearthed me in the catacombs, my master. He pried me from the grip of my former master, now long since dead. He brought me to his nest so that he might learn from me. His power was limited, however. It was difficult to speak to him, and he understood little of my teachings. Tell me of your powers. I can grant you abilities that will allow you greater latitude in life's vicissitudes, master, and I can offer advice to you. What abilities do you mean? These are powers, my master, that can improve your life immeasurably. Unfortunately, the laws that bind me, they demand a small service in recompense for these powers. Small service? Like what? The service required is a trifling one, my master. I would barely mention it if it were not for the sake of the laws that bind me to these pages. The book pauses. To unlock my power, you must sacrifice a small bit of yourself, my master. You must spill blood upon the first of my pages. This act will serve to strengthen the chain between us and allow us to help you reach your full potential. It is a small price to pay for the spells that will come to be at your disposal. No? It is but a small sacrifice, master, for a great gain, but it is your choice. The offer remains open, master. Good. Answer some other questions
My
for me.
journal.
Tell me about yourself. The question you ask is not a simple one, my master, but your servant shall seek to answer it as best as I can. I am a codex of moments now forgotten, ideas now lost, and thoughts of other times and other worlds. Within my pages lies the lore of forgotten civilizations. In essence, my master, this is the only thing of import. Within my pages lie power. This power can be yours, my master. Not interested right now. Answer some other questions for me instead. Give me some advice. I bestow this advice, my master. Be wary of those you keep close to you. Never take them fully into your confidence, and never dilute your strength by sharing it. Many emperors I have known have done such, and I do not wish you to suffer the same fate. Give me some more advice.
Updated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. If they claim friendship, then let them prove themselves. Words carry little weight compared to action. Friends they should be willing to die for you. Give me some more advice.
Updated my journal.
You feel a slight tightening in your chest as the book speaks. Then I bestow this advice, my master. Show no weakness. Do not admit error. Do not show hesitation. These things tell others that you are uncertain. A stone that is unbalanced and may be toppled. Give me some more advice.
Dated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. Beware mercy. A turned back is no defense against an assassin's knife. Give me some more
Dated
advice.
my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. Beware the common view of love. Love must often be cruel in order so that it may rise above the merely sentimental. Give me some more
Dated
advice.
my journal.
You feel a faint sneer curl up the corner of your mouth. You quickly repress it. Then I bestow this advice, my master. Separate yourself from small-minded fools and the weak by recognizing that you have a destiny. This alone gives you authority to tread where others would fear to go. Some more advice.
Dated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. There are two secrets to becoming great. One is never to reveal all that you know. Give me some more advice.
Dated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. To become powerful, you must be willing to sacrifice, whether it is parts of yourself or things precious to you. Power is a bargain. One must give in order to receive. Some more
Dated
advice.
my journal.
Your blood seems to move more sluggishly within your veins as the book speaks. Then I bestow this advice, my master. Honor and virtue are concepts that kill men and kill the spirit. They are only abstracts that drive men to strangeness and death. Be true to yourself. Obey only your own will. Give me some more
Dated
advice.
my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, man. Do not suffer one who has hurt you to live. Do so is an open admission of weakness. Give me some more
Dated
advice.
my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. The soul of man is a sea of emotions. Often man struggles to bring order to these emotions, but it is a false order. Man's natural state is chaos, and it is a state that should be surrendered to. Give me some more advice.
Dated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. Know the meaning of mercy. Use it to your advantage, but do not practice it. Just giving me like chaotic evil advice. Give me some advice.
Dated my journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. Nurture fear in others, for only fear rules men. Nothing else leaves deeper scars. Some more
Updated my
advice.
journal.
Then I bestow this advice, my master. Extend a smile and the hand of friendship to your enemies. When they clasp your hand, strike them with the dagger in your other hand, else they will surely do the same to you. Give me some more
Updated my
advice.
journal.
As the book speaks these words, you feel a chill weight settle on your heart. Feel somehow tainted. These are my last words of advice, my master. Weigh them carefully. Remember that you can expunge anything you find undesirable. Need only have the will. Give me some more advice.
Updated my journal.
I regret, master, that I can speak no more words of wisdom to you. You have received an education in the phrases I have given you. Reflect on them. Very well. I have some other questions. That's enough for now. Fine. Now quiet yourself. What was that? What does that mean? Oh well. Let's roll with it. We did ask him for advice. What is this shit? There's the portal. I'm just hoping there's a portal back. There's a door. Hmm. Very good. Come back here, bitches. Yeah, there's really nothing else to do here. Plus one fist.
Done. All right.
Up. You don't mind me snooping through here, right?
Aye? Right.
Any traps? Nothing?
Got it.
He's got a locked thing that has nothing in it here. It's got two locked things and there's nothing in either? What is this bullshit?
Done.
Can you tell me of the other skulls on this shelf? They're almost judgmental just because they were mostly human skulls. They think they're somehow better than me. I hate them. You must like Lothar then, right? Goat's Comb's skull falls entirely silent. If it had eyes, you're sure they'd be rolling around in terror. Go away, the skull whispered. Refuses to speak to you. You again, eh? What do you want from me now? Tell me of the other skulls here. Them? They're all tools, though they do not know it. Their dreams are small and personal. They do not see a larger picture in their schemings. They do not see beyond themselves. They are worthless. I do not speak to them. What of Lothar, then? I've spilled the dark of many secrets, but that's not one I'm willing to sacrifice. I've seen horrors in Lothar's hands that would put the Harmonium's rigid rules to shame. He knows my secrets far better than I know his, and I'll be damned if I'm giving them up for anyone. Even you. Especially you. Why? What do you know about me? I've already told your friend there most of it. You're important to Lothar somehow. There's something about you that he wants to understand. You're like some puzzle. He's interested in you, boyo, and he wants his questions answered. He'll be keeping an eye on you. I also know you're a far traveler. You've been seen before. Where have you seen me? Well, he already knows. He already told me. But are you clueless? It's a gate town on the rim of the Outland. The doorway to the prison plane of Carceri. It's a place of backstabbers and traitors, and it's full of schemes as a Beatitu's undergarments. Being right next door to Carceri's apt to change a burg's nature. I wouldn't be surprised if the towns were about to slide over. Slide over? What do you mean? When a gay town's beliefs get too much like the plane it borders, the force of that belief is strong enough to make its bordering plane swallow it whole. Happens all the time, at least when there are anarchists are involved. He speaks this last with a kind of grim pride. Tell me about the anarchists. We are a secret society, cells of members who work alone, or through directives passed through the networks of informants and leaders who remain hidden. Our goal is to tear down the power structure, To free people from the lies of politicians and powers, to let all lead their own lives, of their own volition. We worked in secrecy, and changed our routines constantly to avoid infiltration. My time was decades ago, so all the secrets I knew are no longer valid, except for the faces I can remember. And even then, those must have been changed by now. You sound like a paranoid bunch. If a society you belong to thrived on intrigue, infiltration, and the hatred of the established powermongers, you'd be careful too. It's not paranoia when they really are out to get you. In our line of belief, someone involved in a triple cross is an amateur. The skull regards you evenly for a moment. I think I'm done speaking with you. Farewell. Okay, dude. I just want to ask them all about Lothar. Come for a little more tutoring in the ways of the world, eh? I'm your man. What's this? Stern. Right. Blah 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 blah. Well then, what can you tell me of the other skulls here? Of the skulls that will speak to you and offer no good words, their experiences have not been shared with me. Indeed, we have spoken precious little until your arrival. Perhaps it says a smirk in its voice. There's something special about your very presence. That's right. Enough for you to tell me of Lothar. What can I tell you of Lothar? I will tell you nothing. Even this bare existence is better than the oblivion he promises, should I speak his secrets. You can tell me. Oh, right, we already asked that. Shall I get no rest from you? Tell me about yourself. Ocean before the storm. Alas, now I am merely decoration. That must be rough. Not too much sensation here, eh? The skull stares at you. That's right. Rub it in. It pauses a little longer. Go away. Hey, now, I was just kidding. The skull stares blankly and says nothing. Very well then. Farewell. You again! Nothing. Farewell.
All right.
Alright, we rescued Mort.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
What do you know about the Night Hag rabble? Well, she's a Night Hag, and she definitely barred me enough to make you immortal of all people. I mean, she could have chosen me. Mort rolls his eyes. Still, anyone addled enough to lock blades with the Lady of Pain isn't someone we really want to find. I see. I had some other questions. Mort, I don't mind you tagging along, but is there anything else you can do except chatter? Hey, chattering's my best trait, eh? He rattles his teeth for a moment, then grins. Eh? Yeah, I know about the litany of curses, Mort. I'm more curious about what you got while you were at Lothar's. Well, I made some friends while I was sitting on the shelf in Lothar's, waiting for you to bail me out. Thanks for taking your sweet time about it, by the way. They said if I needed any help, I could just call on them. Friends? What do you mean?
Updated my journal.
Well, I just whistle, and they kind of show up. They're a good bunch of bashers. Fight like sneakers, too. Mort now has a special ability called Skull Mob. When invoked, he can summon a horde of skulls from off-screen, come and bite an opponent multiple times. The strength and damage of the skulls varies according to Mort's level. Power can only be used a limited number of times per day. I see. I had some other questions. I could use some advice. What do you think we should do next? Well, here's how I see things. Go on. Looks like we need to find out more about that Night Hag rabble. I have to tell you, Chief, I'm not looking forward to that. The Fest Hall sages and some of the sensory stones might be able to tell us something, though. Fest Hall? Sensory stones?
Updated my journal.
Sorry, Chief. I keep forgetting you have all the knowing of a Green Prime. Look, the Fest Hall is the main kip of the Sensate faction in the Clerk's Ward. They have libraries of sensory stones that store experiences, and they have plenty of sages, lecturers, and trainers that might be able to tumble us onto the dark of what's up with Rabble. Alright, let's move on then.
All right.
Lots of advice from the book. Oh. He wanted me to go and deal with some Walking Dead. Do we know where the corpses were coming from? I don't know, dude. The Siege Tower.
Get your slave over here! Two for the price of one!
Print shop. What that mean? You see a thin, stooped man hunched over a desk, scribbling on a piece of paper. His hair is thinning and drab, drawn back into a ponytail, and thin spectacles adorn his hooked nose. His age could be anywhere from his early 20s to his late 40s. He doesn't look up as he speaks to you. What do you want? Make it quick. What do you do here? He looks sharply at you, teasing the scritching of his pen. Are you entirely dim? It's a printing shop. I print things here. Look around you. I print. What do you print? Books, pamphlets, handbills, words, letters, whatever, he amends. Although I don't do racy prints, and I won't fulfill any perversions you might want, nor do I care to ask. I had a few questions. Do they have to do with the work? Are you the one who wrote this note I found in the mortuary? He takes the note from you, looks it over and crumples it into a ball, which promptly crumbles into ash. He looks at you levelly. Someone's been defaming my good name, it seems. Now, did you want something? Aren't you worried about that defamation? I don't remember what it said. Why would I be? It's just competition in Sigil. I've got a good idea who it might be, too, and I've got a little surprise of my own coming for him. Can I be of assistance? Are you truly as stupid as you look? Of course not. Very well, then.
Done.
Don't remember.
All right.
The warehouse.
All right.
Vault of the Ninth World. Welcome to the Vault of the Ninth World. How may I serve you on this fine day, Sigilian? What is this place? The Vaults of the Ninth World is pleased to serve as a warehouse for the lower wards and all the sentients of Sigil. Our motto is, when one world just isn't big enough. We provide storage space for those that have little to spare. Our prices are competitive, our service exemplary, and our courtesy to customers is known throughout the plains. What are you? I am the voice of the Vault of the Ninth World. I'm here to serve you, the customer. Instruct me in what you desire. I'm here to claim something. And what is it that you were looking for exactly? I was looking for a large bag of coins. We have a bag of coins, like the one you described, sir. I'll just need to find out one thing from you. How much was in it? Somehow this guess feels right. 1,123 coins. Here you go, sir. Thanks for storing your goods at Vault of the Ninth World. Can I get you anything else? Answer a few more questions for me. Of course. What can I do for you? I'd like to store something. I'm sorry. We seem to be full up at the moment. Can I do anything else for you? What? I thought this was supposed to be a huge storehouse. Well, yes. The head sounds a little embarrassed. We only ran out of space and there's something a little fishy going on around here and I don't know what. The gist of the matter is this. We don't really accept items for storage anymore. Oh, then I have a few questions. Is this place really as big as the world? No, it's just a marketing exaggeration. There's a lot of space here, but not that much. Why is this place called the Vault of the Ninth World? Frankly, I have no idea. I think the owners thought that it would be a clever name or something. Oh, farewell. Farewell. We at the Vault of the Ninth World value your business. Please return. Yeah, I'll bet. Well, at least I stored some money here at some point, it seems. That we remembered thanks to our wisdom score. The Siege Tower. It has headache. Fix it, Cashman.
I'm gone.
You could skip tonight's stream and take a nap. How's that? Oh, we get to travel like this now. After the Clerk's War.
Done.
Then, have you tried an aspirin? You! Yes, you! Kindly come over here, would you? Okay. This thin, sharp-faced man rushes toward you, calling for your attention. Ah, sir, but a moment of your time. Were you perchance here to visit the tailor? The man breaks in. I ask, sir, because I seem to have, offended the man. I had commissioned the hot-blooded fool to make me a costume, but he's thrown me out of his shop and would not speak with me now. Yeah, just having, like, band-aids, kind of whatever, for the most part, but just having some aspirin lying around doesn't hurt. Not like I use it a lot, but when you need it, you don't want to go and get it. Especially if you get really sick. So what? The man suddenly balls his fist and shakes them at the sky. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Nothing, I say. I was a patron. It is his duty to serve me. That churlish buffoon. What did you want from me? Eh? He focuses on you again. Oh, yes, you. Could I beg of you to enter the place and fetch my costume for me, sir? I have a masquerade to go to, and I have not the time to commission another tailor. I'll do it, but not for free. You'll... what? For the power's sake, man, you're just fetching a costume. It won't take but a moment of your time. I certainly don't think such a meager act is worth a wage, sir. And it's worth my time. Farewell. Wait, he sighs loudly. 10 copper commons, then, for an errand that will take mere minutes, if that? Will that suit you, sir? I don't like your tone, sir. I'm beginning to see why the tailor found you so distasteful. Farewell.
All right.
Hello, Gonclaves. Do you have armor? This short, heavy-set, middle-aged man is wearing clothes that seem to be spun of glittering gold. In his hands he holds a bolt of cloth strung taut across a wooden frame. He is currently embroidering some pattern into the fabric. Greetings! The man doesn't seem to acknowledge your presence. He continues to work at his embroidery, muttering under his breath, as his hues simmering motes of light seem to sparkle and drop from the tip of the needle. Good sir, did you hear me? The man does not look up from his work, frowning distastefully as he answers you. Yes, yes, and I'm certain that what you need is truly quite urgent. Now, if you could be silent for just a moment. Wait quietly. At last he sets down the embroidery and looks up at you. Before you can speak, however, he suddenly picks up another item and sets to work on it. Again, as he works, what looks to be tiny colored sparks drip from the fabric. Wait some more. He finally finishes his work, setting it down to examine you. Greetings. I am Goncalves. Now, what is it you were here to see me about? I had questions. Huh. I hope 'tis about garments and the like. I shan't answer anything not concerning myself or the store, you know. What were those lights you were embroidering? That? Nothing, sir, but a bit of the art, which I at times weave into fabric when the fancy strikes me. Those items which I lavish enchantments upon are my most special creations and are rarely sold. What sort of magical clothes do you have available? Clovis looks you over, frowning. Nothing that would fit you, that's for certain. I'd like to see what you have to offer just the same. Jerkin of Flitting Shadow. Jerkin of Brazen Rogue. Armor class 4, Taco 1. Armor class 6, Pocket Stealth Skill. He wants 3k though. 4,000 for the Grimoire of Pestilential Thought. That has somehow tainted us. Whatever that means. Not sure what we need the needle and thread for, but sure, let's buy some. Never know when you might need it. Nice little changing room. I had a question. Could I buy some needle and thread here? What is her current armor? Armor class 8. Oh shit, it would put her at -2. Would be pretty good.
Done.
Oh no, we did go here. I was like, wait, when the fuck did we go here? This ominous looking arch leads underground. To Under Sigil. Shaharva Vujul. Talabesh the Onyx. I know exactly who I am trying to find here. Sir, might I have a word with you? This slender young man approaches you, wearing a somewhat worried expression. 1,000 pardons, sir, but I'm looking for a certain man, and I think you might be able to help me. Oh? How so? I am a messenger, sir, who seeks a man it said cannot die, a scarred man, for whom death is nothing but the most trivial of annoyances. You match the admittedly vague descriptions I was given, sir, and I had wondered if you were here. Just who wants to know? I am in the hire of a wealthy nobleman, Dolmis Sirma, sir. I am the man you're looking for. He nods, then bows deeply to you. A message for you, then, sir. Mistress Jolmi of the House Sirma, a lady of high standing, has sent me. Mistress Jolmi would meet you in the Civic Fest Hall, where she would make a proposal, of which I know nothing. Should you choose to seek her out, she wears green silks trimmed with gold, and has hair the color of blue steel. That is the extent of my message, sir. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Farewell. The brothel of slating intellectual lusts.
Done.
Before you is a stunning golden-haired woman, dressed in an azure and violet dress, with two long elegant wings draped across her shoulders. She is surveying the room with a slight smile. She is easily the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. Greetings.
Well met, traveler. How may I help you?
The woman turns as you address her. She takes your measure, then nods slightly. You notice her eyes are azure, the exact same color as her dress. She reaches up to brush back a stray lock of golden hair. Who are you?
Updated my journal.
I am called Fall from Grace. She studies you for a moment. You are new to Sigil, are you not? Yes, I am. Does it show? She smiles slightly. Not as much as you might think. You carry yourself quite well. What is this place? This is the brothel of slating intellectual lusts. She studies you for a moment. I take it by your question that you did not intend to partake of this establishment. Brothel of slating intellectual lusts. What kind of brothel is this? I established this brothel to give those lustful fevers that strike the mind more avenues of expression, rather than the simply carnal. Much pleasure can be had in conversation and engaging in the verbal arts with others. Sounds dull. I assure you it is not. Toward the brothel. See for yourself. So this is a brothel where there's no intercourse, only of a psychological nature. Rest assured, it is still quite stimulating. I have to ask, why did you establish such a place? Fall from Grace raises an eyebrow. That is an odd question, she frowns. I don't think anyone has ever asked me that, at least directly. So, why did you? Part of the answer to your question requires that you know that I am a member of the Society of Sensation. Our faction believes that one should experience as much of the multiverse as possible. And that is why you established this place? This brothel is intended to slate the lusts of even the hardened intellectual. It is designed to stimulate the mind, to heighten one's awareness of themselves and others, create new ways of experiencing another person. It is for those who seek something more than the shallow physical pleasures that fill the hive and lower wards. I see, so this establishment just encourages intellectual fencing rather than, well, the other kind of fencing. The women here must be special indeed. The women here are aspiring sensates. They have come to me in search of instruction, to prepare themselves to enter the faction. Also, many of them have a natural grasp of language that can shatter the crust of the most hardened individual. I see. So the ladies here are ladies in training, so to speak. Yes. I hope that by learning the art of language and its subtleties, that the patrons and the students here may learn more about themselves. One is always limited as their command of the language. One is only as limited as their command of the language. To be able to employ language to evoke emotions in others is a tremendous skill. I see. Can I ask you some other questions? Yes? If I may ask, Lady Grace, the wings on your back, you are not human, I take it? She's one of the fiends, one of the succubi she is. She'll take your measure, then she'll take your soul to the lower planes. So she will. Your companion is correct. I am a lesser Tanari, more specifically a succubus. She gives a soft sigh. I'm afraid we're a little too common in the lower planes and elsewhere for our own good. Most of my race spends their time seducing mortals with various pleasures of the flesh. And you?
Updated my journal.
I'd like to think that I have distanced myself from that. It is ultimately a trivial and non-productive way for one to spend one's time here in the multiverse. There is much more to life, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps. Can I ask you some other questions? Yes? I came here looking for help. Perhaps you can help me. Help? What kind of help were you looking for? I seem to have lost my memories. In doing so, I have lost myself. You have been stricken with amnesia. Fall from Grace looks pained. How terrible! Do you have any idea how it happened? Not really. At least not that I can remember. I woke up on a slab in the mortuary, and everything before that is black. You awoke in the mortuary? Why am I lying? I think the dustman mistook me for being dead. Or I was dead. Or something. All I know is that I regenerate wounds quickly. I could be immortal, but I don't even know that for sure. Fall from Grace seems to be appraising you with renewed interest. Those scars on your body. He reaches out a hand, as if to touch you. May I? Sure. Fall from Grace drags her finger across your chest, lightly, tracing the edges of your scars and following the curves where they blend into some of your tattoos. She seems fascinated. These scars do look as if they would have taken several lifetimes to accumulate. They certainly do, though some are more recent. Fall from Grace steps back. Some of those wounds would have been fatal to a normal man. She taps her chin, thinking, "What do you intend to do now?" I need to get my memories back and my life back. I intend to scour the plains and search inside myself until I can piece together who I am and what brought me to the state. I don't really know. For the moment, I'm just searching for clues to who I am and what happened to me. Fall from Grace is still thinking, her finger tapping on her chin. I must say, I've never met a man who had lost himself in the literal sense. He raises an eyebrow. Forgive me, but your condition is intriguing. It is that. Fall from Grace nods. If it will help, you are welcome to tour the brothel. Several of our students are well versed in the verbal arts. Perhaps some of them will be able to rekindle your memories. I may do that. Can I ask you some questions first? Have you ever heard of a night hag named Rabble? I am familiar with the name. Fall from Grace pauses and thinks for a moment. Rumors cluster thickly about that name, and most tend to discount her as myth. But I suspect that she did exist, and that she made quite an impression in the cage during her stay here. She looks puzzled. Why do you ask? I intend to seek her out. Grace raises an eyebrow. Truly. I find myself compelled to ask why. I need information that she has. Is this information available from no one else? I suspect that only Ravel possesses the knowledge I need.
Updated my journal.
Grace rests her hand lightly on your arm. Consider this. If Ravel does indeed exist, then she is extremely powerful and cunning. If a fraction of the stories of her activities are true, then she is a creature that has discovered new meanings of evil. The search for her is not a quest to be undertaken lightly. I realize that. Do you know anything else about Ravel? She was said to be one of the hags of the Grey Waste, and that she was believed to possess powers and a cunning far beyond those of her sisters. She came to Sigil long ago, and in addition to the evils she committed during her stay, rumor has it that her actions threatened the cage itself. Now she primarily exists only as fiction, a figure in children's stories. Grace pauses. I imagine the Lady of Pain dealt with her as all threats to Sigil are dealt with. How?
Updated my journal.
Ravel was most likely sent to a maze, one of the lady's prisons. What is the Grey Waste? A blighted plain that lies effectively between Beator and the Abyss. It is frequently a battleground in the Blood War. Is that... I don't remember exactly what it said. Is that the neutral evil plane? Is there anyone else who might know about her? Someone in the fest hall might know more of her. Can I ask you
Updated
some
my
other
journal.
questions? Yes? Would you like to join me on my travels for no reason? Anna stiffens, then starts muttering under her breath. Who's to say she'll be coming with us? We dunna need the likes of her, so we don't. Bar that fiendling. Mort clicks his teeth together. I'm all for the succubus coming with us. The powers know you're about as fun as passing a caltrop through your bowels. You'd best watch your bone box, Skull, or I'll rattle you so hard. They'll be picking your teeth off the spire. Travel with you? Paul from Grace smiles slightly. She seems to be ignoring your companions. That's rather forward of you. I mean, how exciting can this place be? I'd rather be honest with my intentions. You wanna bang? You seem extremely pleasant and well versed in the ways of the plains. A companion with that kind of knowledge would be welcome. Hey, wait just a minute. I'm the one who's well versed in the plains. That's my job, Chief. Having two people knowledgeable about the plains in our band seems pretty smart to me. Besides, I said pleasant too, Mort. Pleasant on the eyes, maybe. Looks to me like all some chit has to do is show a little skin, and you'll sign her right up. Mort falls silent. Not that I mind that, really. I just thought I'd mention it. Noted, Mort. Look, Lady Grace, excuse me if I'm being too forward, but would you care to travel with us? I appreciate your candor. I shall counter with some of my own. Why should I travel with you? You're a sensate. Surely there must be a limit to how much you can learn here. I think you would be surprised. If you want me to accompany on your travels, I need a far more compelling reason to do that. You mean you wouldn't be interested in traveling with an immortal amnesiac who is searching the plains for himself? Oh, I would be extremely interested. She smiles slightly. Such a suggestion is intriguing, make no mistake about that. Then you would like to travel with me then? If you wish me to, then there is something you must do for me. There are 10 students in this establishment. I would like you to speak to all of them, then return to me with your thoughts. Then we shall see if we shall travel together or not. I will go to speak to them then. I will return here when I have spoken to all of
Updated
them.
my journal.
Brothel patron. Patrons, that's how we pronounce it. Binam's book. As you make to search the armoire, its handles suddenly yank out of your grasp as the drawers slam themselves shut. A disdainful humph issues from the cabinet. Hello? Hello indeed. The armoire gives you another humph. So what have we here? A rogue after some lady's frilly undergarments, You talk? Do I? Why, yes I do. Who are you? I'm Lewis. And who are you? Thoughtless, uncouth fellow, rummaging about in other people's things. Never mind that. What are you doing here? Well, sir, if you must know, I am being an armoire. But why are you being an armoire in this brothel? I happen to have become an armoire because I want to be an armoire. Thank you very much. It's not to watch the ladies' underdress, nor have them place their soft, sweet-smelling undergarments in my drawers, where they can rub against my skin. Such accusations are an insult to a practitioner of the magic arts. I am merely soaking in the experiences of what it means to be an armoire. The sights, the smells, the sensations. So all the women know about this then? Yes. Yes, they do, and they wholeheartedly approve of. Well, not with their entire hearts exactly, and while they have not spoken of their approval in my presence, they are not exactly aware that I am an armoire. Since they are not exactly aware that I am an armoire, I would not want them to know that I am anything but, and so have not been able to inquire upon the matter. I'll need something from you to keep quiet about this one. I had some questions for you. Can you return to your normal form at will? Yarmora seems to think about this for a moment. I have no need to share such secrets with the likes of you, and besides, there is no cause to change back at the present moment, since I have not yet experienced the full sensations of being an armoire. It is a complex thing to hold and sort soft, frilly clothes, smelling of wondrous woman smells. A drawer slides open and closed, the sound mimicking a pleasant sigh. I had another question. Do you know anything about Rabble Puzzlewell? You folk who've dwelled in Sigil for any length of time don't. I must wonder, though, what is it about her you wish to know? I need to find her. You're mad, you know. Quite mad. Utterly barmy, I believe, is the common term for it. Ravel was banished from Sigil long ago, and if she's not dead, you'll wish you were, should you somehow succeed in finding her. She devoured all those who sought her out before, it is said, and would likely do you the same disservice. I would leave well enough alone. I had another question. Can you tell me about this place? I would have a man find out for himself rather than tell him the whole of it. After all, that's half the joy of the entire experience. I'll only tell you that which you likely know. Already it's called the Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lusts, and the prostitutes within specialize in the arts of language and communication. So, why are you being an armoire in this brothel? All the women know about this then? I'll need something from you to keep quiet about this one. Very well. Posh! Open the third drawer, you scalawag. As you reach your hand into the drawer, it slams shut on your fingers with great force. Tearing pain races through your hand and you withdraw your battered fingers. Aha, cretin! Idiot! Open the drawer, I said, and you reach in. He slams his drawer again for emphasis, then begins shaking with laughter. I'm going to tell them right now. First, I would tell you this one thing. I have been popping in and out of the brothel for a good long time. I'm quite knowledgeable regarding both its occupants and their activities. I assure you that talking about me is utterly worthless. Not only will you lose me as a potential source of information, but I'll simply disappear before someone comes to investigate your claims, leaving you looking the fool. Maybe I'll just chop you up for kindling then. You'll do nothing of the sort. Why, even the most common of men knows that one can't commit an act of violence within the brothel. You'll simply be cast out, and even if that were not the case, I assure you, my command of the art is quite impressive. In that case, farewell. Oh shit! Mort is back! Can give him items. Oh, I can only have one earring because the other one is the eye. Okay.
Dumb.
Finam's book. This is the research journal of a linguist named Finam. Cool. Vivian. This tall, elegant woman, with her sharp features and regal demeanor, is a striking example of aristocratic beauty. Her clothes appear to be spun of silver thread, and a small phial dangles from her necklace. She is perfumed with an exotic, erotic scent that seems to draw you towards her. Greetings. She looks you over, arching an eyebrow with what you sense to be disdain. Greetings. My name is Vivian. Am I to presume I am being summoned? She nods imperiously. Go on, then. What are you doing here? Aside from my work as a student here, I am looking for something actually. You would not happen to have smelled it, would you? Smelled it? Yes, I have a particular scent that seems to have gone wandering. It is somewhat difficult to keep in one place. I hope that someone did not take it by accident, though you never know with the ladies around here. She frowns. So, by any chance, have you smelled it somewhere? How can a scent go wandering? Vivian shakes her head. I had meant to infer that it had been taken. The ladies here are a bit jealous at times and have been known to take my various perfumes for themselves. This time though, someone has absconded with my own personal scent. I worked on that scent, perfected it, and now poof, it's gone. I need not bear such annoyances. Vivian stomps her feet. I want that scent back, and I want it now. How would you know it if you found it? You would know it by smell, I assure you. It is quite striking, especially to men. I can help you. Vivian seems dubious. Are you certain? I do not wish to impose. Oh, no imposition. I expect a reward. Vivian rolls her eyes, as I should have expected from your brutish mercenary appearance. Very well. Recover my scent and I shall aid you with yours. Fine. She smirks, then points at you. Yes, yours. That foul vinegary smell. She sniffs and wrinkles her nose. It's in your skin, too. No bathing will remove that stink. How would you do this, and how could it benefit me? To answer your first question, I possess certain skills, magical in nature, which I shan't elaborate upon further, which allows me to create and change one's scent. And the benefits? You simply cannot deny the fact that the smell of a man or woman plays an important part in how well one is received, whether you've been told so or not. I'm quite certain people are at least a tad put off by the deathly aroma of yours. It might increase your charisma considerably to smell a bit better, you know. Very well, I'll find your scent for you.
Updated my journal.
The deal is done then. Should you run across it, let me know. I am somewhat anxious to get back. A one-of-a-kind scent, really. I'll take my leave now. Farewell. Nenny Nine Eyes. This petite, attractive young woman is smiling blissfully and humming to herself. Her wide, pale blue eyes seem to constantly drink in her surroundings as she looks about. Greetings! The smiling young woman curtsies gracefully and looks up to you smiling. Well met, good sir. I am Nenny. And how are you this fine day? She suddenly notices your scars and places a gloved hand over her mouth. Oh my! You're hurt! She blinks. All over! Mort spins around you, mocking the girl's obviousness. Powers above, Chief! She's right! I never noticed before. You're covered in scars! Only slightly. I'll be alright. She nods quietly, lowering her hand. I had some questions. Huh? She can't seem to tear her eyes from your scars. Oh, how shameful of me. Don't mind my rude staring. I am named Nenny. She makes a little curtsy, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our brothel for the slating of intellectual lusts. She returns to staring at your body. You have tattoos under those scars too. What's that one? She points to one of your tattoos. That one's... looks fascinating. Look at the way the lines of ink. I think that's ink. She squints at the tattoo, then reaches out to touch you. Allow her to touch you. I think that's ink. She traces a finger around the edge of the tattoo. Is it ink? And what a pattern. Look at the way the lines intersect here. She touches the center of the tattoo. That's simply amazing. Purses her lips and frowns in disappointment. I could make it out better if there weren't so many scars. There's nothing to be done about the scars. They're permanent. Oh, I'm sorry. Talks on me for even mentioning them. Cringes. But I have to know. Are you absolutely sure you're all right? I'm looking at you and I can't help but believe that you're not in some pain. None of the physical variety, really. Oh, are you hurt inside? In the head? She clasps her hands eagerly. Mayhap I can help. In fact, I know I can. Part of Sensei's training is to learn how to draw hurt from others. My mistress says that sensate may draw pain from a wound and bring it to one's own self, but nonetheless, I can help. May I try? Please say yes. Yes, please do. Nenny clasps her hands and makes to rest them lightly on your forehead. Allow her to touch you. As she draws near, you notice Nenny's skin is slightly perfumed with the scent of lilacs. She rests her gloved hands gently upon your forehead and closes her eyes. She hums lightly to herself, and you feel a faint warmth spreading throughout your body. Thanks. That felt nice. Sure. So glad I could help. Nenny beams at you. She seems ready to burst with joy. I had a question. Please ask, she smiles giddily. What are you doing here? I'm talking to you, silly, she giggles and pokes you in the belly, just like I talk to all the patrons here. All the prostitutes do. That's what the brothel's about. Learning new ways to talk and share experiences and understand other people. I had another question, Nenny. Can you tell me about this place? Sure I can. The Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lust is a school that was started by Mistress Fall from Grace. The prostitutes here, like me, are taught the ins and outs of talking to people, all to help us learn more about ourselves and others. I love it here. It's a non-stop wave of experiences, crashing into me, filling my head with fresh new ideas. Mort mutters to himself, I guess it's good that there's something in there. I had another question, Nenny. Do you know anything about Ravel Custaway?
Updated my journal.
No, sorry. That's a great name, though. Huh? I'll bet she's a really interesting person. Hey, you should ask Ives about her. Ives collects all kinds of stories. I am trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Nenny frowns deeply. What? Oh, I just can't. I can't say anything bad about anyone. I'm just no good at it. Not bad to point out a thief, Nenny. Oh, but I don't know if she's a thief. Nenny bites her lip and looks at you with pleading eyes, as if she just wishes you'd leave the topic alone. Look, why don't you try and say something not nice about her? Oh, all right. Nenny puts her hands on her hips and frowns deeply, almost exaggeratedly. Resists the temptation to laugh. Ooh, I dislike her very, very much. Pauses for a moment, then looks at you out of the corner of her eye, as if gauging your reaction. Was that convincing? No, not really. Nenny frowns. I knew I wouldn't be any good at this. She looks up at you, depressed. You know how hard it is to say bad things about someone? It feels so wrong. Why don't you practice on me, Nenny? I suppose I could try. She looks dubious. You big, meanie, nasty brute. She puts her hands on her hips. Meanie. She looks at you. How's that? Put more accent on brute. You big, meanie, you big, mean, nasty brute. Better. Now hit me. Nenny clamps her hands over her mouth, looking shocked. Oh, I couldn't. I mustn't. She blinks. How does one hit somebody anyway? Go ahead. Do it lightly if you have to. Remember, I'm a mean, nasty brute. I deserve it. Nenny slaps you. You barely feel it. You still look shocked and frightened she hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Tell me you're okay. Oh, damn, I've never been hit so hard. Nenny's eyes widen further as you wince in mock pain. Oh my! Oh, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I'm sorry. Sorry. Don't ever say sorry. Say, better get used to it. Then he looks up at you. Oh, better get used to it. Frown when you say it. Say it sternly in conviction. Is this ERP? This feels like ERP. Nenny draws her tiny frame to its full height, balls her hands into fists, puts them on her hips, and scrunches up her face in a cute scowl. Better get used to it. Excellent. Oh, don't you excellent me, like I'm some backlicker looking for your approval. I'm my own woman, and this woman is about to walk out of your life unless I get some solid commitment. Alright, that's enough out of you, Nenny. Then he punches you. You barely feel it. Take this! She punches you again. And this! She punches you again, promptly turning into a little fist-flailing whirlwind. Okay, time to let go of the anger. Then he sighs tiredly. Phew, that was easier than I thought. No kidding. And I'm sure I'll do better next time. I'm so excited to have learned something new. Thank you. 5,000 XP. Sure, I have a question now. Can you tell me about
Updated
Vivian
my
Scent this
journal.
time? Maybe. I saw that mean Marissa sneaking out of Vivian's room one night. Now, I'm not saying she took it, but I know Marissa's not a very nice person, and that sure sounds suspicious, huh? I'd go ask her about it. Then he nods at you. That's all I wish to know. Farewell, Nenny.
In knowing the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
Fighting skills have improved.
I'm gone.
Echo. This striking young woman has skin color of burnished copper. Has skin the color of burnished copper. A translucent white dress, held precariously by golden clasps, is grasped carefully over her shapely form. Greetings. The woman nods and smiles briefly. The scent of her hair, sweetly perfumed, fills your nostrils. I had some questions. She nods. Who are you? She smiles and curtsies, but offers no response. Can you speak? She shakes her head and smiles sadly at you.
Updated my journal.
I love this shit already. Can you write then? Or pantomime? She pouts, shaking her head. May I ask why you can't communicate? She sighs softly and nods. Actually, let me ask you about something else. She nods. Who are you? She smiles and curtsies, but offers no response. I had some other questions. Can you tell me about this place? She looks at you, then raises an eyebrow. I had some other questions. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Her eyes flash and she smiles. She nods at you. What? What do you know of her?
Updated my journal.
She simply looks at you. May I ask why you can't communicate? She sighs softly and nods. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, and gives you an apologetic look. Never mind, actually. Farewell. Alright. No one here? Secret door? Squinting at the figure behind the partition, you can barely make out the shapely female form in the darkness. She turns to you, but you can see nothing of her face. Greetings. The figure answers in a voice that is slow and deadly, like a steel dagger drawn across stone. Yes? Come to speak with Marissa, have you? Quite rude of you to enter a darkened room, storming behind my partition. Like so. Rude and foolhardy. You can hear a faint whispering sound like a slight breeze, or the hissing of serpents. Mort whispers quietly, Whoa, creepy shit. My apologies, lady, I wasn't sure if someone was here. The woman gives a slight, huh. But it would seem there is someone in this room, wouldn't it? Shall you be on your way, then? Not just yet. I had some questions. Ask. Why do you remain behind this screen? Is it your wish that I step away from this partition into some patch of light and speak to you face to face? Marissa laughs, and there is the sound of scales sliding on scales. Nay, I think not. The darkness suits me, and doubtless suits you as well. Why is it so dark in here? To prevent any unwanted and embarrassing casualties. Now, what is it that you want? Just some questions answered. Ask. What are you doing here? Sitting here with my thoughts, listening to your voice? Listening to you voice yours. The silence of both of them, literal and figurative, is deafening. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Oh, I think not. You would find them most unflattering at this moment. What is it you want? Just some questions answered. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute?
Updated my journal.
Yes, Echo. I knew another Echo once, though her name was written differently. I know nothing of this girl, though. Ask Delora of her. She made friends of an older lover of Echo's, I have heard. Had another question. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? No, do you? Hear an annoyed sigh from out of the darkness. Go ask Ives. She collects many tales, and can probably tell you something of use. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it is? No. What are you doing here? Why do you have such a terrible disposition? You hear a faint hissing sound, because something of mine is missing, and something unwanted has arrived on my doorstep, in this place. What's gone missing?
Updated my journal.
My veil. My crimson veil. Have you seen it, perchance? No. What's it for? Is it just a normal veil? Marissa sighs quietly. No, not quite. It aids me in communication. Face-to-face communication, that is. Why do you need to hide your face? Enough with these asinine questions. How tiresomely annoying you are. Now what do you want? There's some questions answered. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I've not a clue. I'll take my leave now. Farewell. This alarmingly voluptuous woman has a thick mane of wavy raven-colored hair, bluish skin, and shimmering crimson eyes, like rubies which have fires lit behind them. Though she is not beautiful in any typical sense of the word, her features are exotic and not altogether unattractive. Greetings. This woman's voice is deep and sensuous. And my greetings to you, sir. Her burning eyes roam over you. I am Kesai Cerise. So tell me, what might I do for you? Anything, Mort cries. Do anything you want to me. Kesai laughs heartily, revealing canines long enough to be considered fangs. She shakes her head and smiles at Mort. Truly, though please, what can I do for you? Well, what do you usually do for patrons? Talk, of course. Usually about dreams. Often those erotic in nature, but not always. Kesai winks at you, smiling. So, would you like to tell me yours? Don't be shy. I've heard everything you know. Nothing will shock or surprise me, and I so love to hear people's dreams. We can trade if you'd like, but you must go first. Oh shit. My dreams were recently revised when I saw you, my lady. I don't have dreams, actually. Kesai arches her eyebrows in surprise. Truly, how sad. Even fiends and devas dream, you know? Are you truly certain you don't? Quite certain. No dreams at all. Too peculiar. I'm at a loss as what to say. Well, I did have some questions. Kesai blinks her crimson eyes at you, awaiting your question. If you don't mind my asking, what are you? Kesai shakes her head. What, can't you tell? She draws herself up, thrusting her ample bosom toward you. A woman! She raises an eyebrow. I can see my answer doesn't please you. I am plain-touched, actually, like your friend here. Kesai indicates Anna. That's all you need to know. I had another question. What are you doing here? Entertaining your questions, it seems. She winks at you. Really, though, I am a student of Mistress Grace's. All the students in the brothel are. All the prostitutes in the brothel are. A student? The brothel is actually a school for women who are thinking of becoming sensates. Mistress Grace teaches us the ways of language, so that we can better identify with ourselves and those around us. It lets us experience the planes more fully, you know? Tell me about the sensates. The Society of Sensation believes that the multiverse can only be understood by experiencing it. The more you experience, the closer you are to understanding the dark of the multiverse. Intriguing, huh? I think I was born to be one. I just want to know things. Hello, Ethered. How's it going? I'm just talking to prostitutes. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Yes, that's Echo. She's very sweet, but so quiet. I understand that she said something once, which caused some great tragedy, and because of that she'll never speak again. Kisai shrugs, smiling. An interesting enough story, but I don't know if it's true. Try asking Dolora. I've seen her talking to an ex-lover of Echo, back from a time when Echo was speaking. Helping a friend calculate CR in D&D because they don't read the damage? They don't read the damage? Wait, what? Oh, Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah, I know what challenge rating is. I was just confused about the damage. Yeah, that's a special part of D&D. I'm not really a huge fan of D&D because of like that kind of stuff as a role-playing game. I see it more like a board game, to be honest. When it comes to purely role-playing, I generally prefer level-less systems. Because I feel like the levels kind of ruin the role-playing aspect a lot. And yet here you are playing Planescape that uses the 3.5 system. That is really not its strength. I have to say. The old 3.5, well, it's actually not 3.5, it's AD&D. Which is like 2.0, I think. But these old games really, they don't really adopt D&D very well, in my opinion, because it's not turn-based. And when you don't play D&D turn-based, it kind of really just turns into, well, depending on your team setup, but it usually just turns into you drop 3 fireballs on every encounter and then they all explode simultaneously and then it's over. More or less. And it just turns into a clusterfuck. And like spells like web or grease or etc, they don't really have a purpose anymore. Well, they've been making games for a long time. This game was made well before 3.5 was even a thing. Like Baldur's Gate 1, 2, Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale 1, they were all made using AD&D, or some version of AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Then Icewind Dale and Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale 2 and Neverwinter Nights use 3.0. Neverwinter Nights 2 uses like a revised version of 3.0 that's almost 3.5. And I'm not sure when if they ever really get to proper 3.5, but yeah. Anyhow, horse. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be?
Updated my journal.
No, I don't, Kisai frowns. Most of the women will say she's prissy, but she's always been nice enough to me, complimenting me on my eyes, and she smells so good. I hope she finds her own scent again soon. Try asking Nenny about it. She's everywhere at once and might have seen something. You do have very lovely eyes, you know. Cheh, Anna sneers, rolling her eyes. Idiot! Don't be upset, Anna. You're just as lovely. And what's that supposed to mean, you pike tard? Did you think me jealous of this chatty tart? You sod. Anna spits and looks away from you. Kisai Ceres shrugs and looks back to you. Why, thank you. You can see them glowing in the dark, you know. Bizarre, no? She pauses to look at you. You have some nice eyes, too. So dark and mysterious. So full of character. Thanks, Kisai. I had other questions. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. You know where it might be?
Updated my journal.
No, I haven't seen it since the last time she wore it out. But Nenny might have seen something, so try asking her. I'll admit it's been nice. Marissa won't leave her chamber without the veil, and so we've all been spared her foul tongue, leaving us only Kimashi. I'm gonna go with Kimashi to deal with. Kisai smirks. That Kimashi is the worst of the two, though. How so? Marissa's haughty and mean, but Kimashi, she's a bitter, spiteful monster of a woman, with a venomous tongue and the demeanor of a Baelor. I can't see why anyone would like to speak with her. I sincerely doubt her appearance makes up for that flaying, poisonous mouth of hers, but she receives patrons nonetheless. I had another question. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? No, nothing. Are you sure? You seem suddenly upset. She narrows her red eyes at you. Of course I'm sure. Don't ask me of her again. Very well. Got other questions. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Are you sure? Farewell then. Anyone home? No one? Okay. Kimasi Addertongue. Again, you clueless something something. Yes, mistress. Take this. Oof! And this. Ouch! And don't come back, you pitiful excuse of a man. Thank you, mistress. The wild-looking tiefling girl meets your gaze with an angry scowl. Her tattooed body is practically naked, covered by only a narrow leather thong. A black cloth brassiere and armored shoulder pads that appear to serve more as decoration rather than actual protection. Her spiked hair, as well as the thin fur that covers her goat-like legs, is brassy white. Numerous silver rings dangle from her ears, nostrils, lips, and brow. She wears a leather collar around her throat with the inscription, Kimashi Addertongue. Greetings. Kimashi bares her teeth at you. And just what are you looking at, you banged-up sod? My friend thought you were attractive, but whoa, was he ever horribly mistaken? She sneers at Mort, then looks below him, where a body would normally be. Sharp tongue, or a stemless deader. Let them keep at it. Like I'd let mine anywhere near if I had one. What, did you hear the word brothel and think you could make some jink here, you flea-bitten gutter whore? Ah, can't believe they even let you in the door, but with all those ticks hopping off your shaggy legs. Let them keep at it. Ticks! The only annoying insect around here is you. She suddenly turns to you. Hey, you here to talk to me or what? No, farewell. Or what? What else can I do with you? What did you have in mind, you sodding jawbox? Go ahead. Give me a reason to say no to you. What do you usually do for patrons? I'm a practitioner of abuse. What's that mean? I'll show ya. Her hand lashes out to slap your face, but you manage to barely dodge the blow. Kimashi pouts visibly, then scowls. Oh well. Say, can you teach Mort here to be more abusive? She raises her eyebrows. Now that's an unusual request. I don't know. It seems pretty foul-mouthed already. Ha! That's he. Seems pretty foul-mouthed. Kimashi bladderdung, ya scruffy goat-gammed harlot. You wish you had legs like mine, you pitiful wretch of a bonebox. I can walk, run, dance. What do you do? Bob around wishing you had a pair? Goats or otherwise? The two of them lay into one another, exchanging barbed, blistering insults and clashing with razor-edged tongues. Wait for it to end. At last the two of them stop their bickering. Eerie silence settles over them as they eye one another hatefully. Finally, the tiefling makes a grudging admission to Mort. You're not bad, really. Not bad at all. Better than you, perhaps. Mort waggles his eyebrows at her. Eh? Kimashi narrows her eyes at Mort. Don't push it, skull.
Oh, it's alright.
I won't, tiefling. I will admit I might have learned a thing or two, though. Good thinking, chief. Your thing, Mort. Kimashi turns to you. So, was that all you wanted? I'm not spending any more time near you than I have to. Actually, I had some questions. The tiefling rolls her eyes. And what makes you think I care? Why don't you lick my backside? My tongue's not wide enough, and I don't like hair in my mouth. Well, you seem to like the taste of offal in your mouth, you dung-breathed cretin. Only because it's like kissing you, you mangy stinkpot. Kiss me? He makes a retching sound. I'd rather kiss a bloody mass of phlegm than lay my lips on you. No thanks. Don't thank me. Thank the power someone actually wants to kiss you. Kimashi looks at a loss for something to say. For an instant, a smile threatens to crack the grimacing mask of her face. Then she becomes more of a basilisk than ever. Alright, what do you want of me? Questions answered. She looks annoyed. Fine, whatever. Ask. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzleweb? What would I know of her? I look like a scholar or something to you. Go ask someone more learned. Or Ives. She'll probably have at least one story about her in that pile of tales she carries about in her bone box. Oh, and squat on a halberd while you're at it. I had another question. She looks annoyed. Fine, whatever, ask. Who are you? My name? Uninterested. I can guess yours, though. Scarbunch, get out of here before I put a fire under your arse. I have another question. What are you doing here? Not you, that's for certain. She smirks at you. I'm contemplating the best way to tell you to pike off. Next. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? What? That Echo chit? Don't know anything about her. Don't talk to the girl. I mean, why? Not like she can talk back. Ask Frigid Delora about her. I think I saw her playing Go with an old crush of Echo's. Back from when she could talk. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. You know where it might be? She smirks. Tch, up your arse, perhaps. Else I don't know. Kimashi smooths back her hair, which she instantly springs back up into a spiky mess. Never mind, actually. Farewell. She was pretty nice. Ives the Tail Chaser. This fetching young woman has a faraway look in her soft sea-green eyes. Greetings. Greetings. I am Ives, the Tail Chaser. What a coincidence. I too chase tails, says Mort. Ives continues, unperturbed. Have you come to trade tales? I'd like to trade tales. Ives nods. I would like that very much, yes. Tell her the story of the Alley of Lingering Sighs. Ives leans forward as you tell the tale of the alley giving birth. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale. And now I have one for you. Before I begin, I must ask, do you know what a modron is? No. Modrons are creatures of total law, almost more machinery than living things. There are many different sorts of Modron, but they all have their place in a very rigid, carefully organized hierarchy. So dedicated are they to this system that they cannot communicate with or even consider the existence of Modrons who are not their immediate superiors or inferiors. I understand, now. Then I shall tell you the tale of the clock and the quadron. Ah, morons! Indeed. Hey, Panzer Rage, how's it going? Go on. Another 500 XP, sick! Once upon a time, there existed a Modron. It was newly created, its logic fresh and untested, and it had come to Sigil, following the commands of its Modron superiors. Go on. It knew of nothing but commands and dictates, of obedience and passing along the orders of its superiors. For you see, Modrons are only aware of the commands of their immediate superiors. They have no grasp of a higher authority. Until this one. Did you finish off bad pathfinding the Kingfaker? I did. We managed to save the world, I guess. Yeah. The end was very long. Every single encounter took like forever, because the wild hunt at the end, they all had like 300 hit points and 40 AC. Work has been rough for me this week. Did 60 plus hours. That sounds awful. What do you do? One day it came upon a small shop, within which there was a small clock that would no longer tell time. It was cracked along the edges, the wheels of its hands broken. The Modron immediately set itself to work at getting the parts to fix the broken clock. Mostly just driving? A van from trains to depots. Alright. Doesn't sound that bad. Well, except for the 60 hours. That sounds bad. It made a new wooden housing for the clock's parts, replaced the bent springs, carefully filed and oiled the clockwork machinery, carved new hands from the sparse metal available to it. The newly repaired clock's precise ticking reminded it of the great gears of Mechanus, and it comforted it as much as anything may comfort a Modron. Go on. And what the Modron never came to understand was that it truly loved this clock that it had worked on, and for reasons it could not explain, elected to remain in Sigil and be with the clock for the rest of its years. I had to abort work this morning. It was too cold and punishing for the machinery. Minus 25 in open water is very cold. Hey Biblio, what do you do? I have another tale to share with you. The story of the Silent King. What story is that? I literally just went in, slaughtered the entire town, and ripped the skull from his body. Ives leans forward as you tell the tale of a hidden nation of undead, ruled by a corpse who hasn't spoken in 1,000 years. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale, and now I have one for you. The petitioner at the gate. Cut down trees? Oh, you drive one of those roomers. The big ones? The roomers. It was far after peak when the distant pounding was heard at the gates of the prison. Karras, the oldest mercy killer known to the faction, dragged himself from his post, making his way down the hall to the great gates that separated the punished from the outside world. The pounding did not fade as he reached the gate and spoke to it. He called out and received no answer. He opened the gate, far from feeling caution, but a strange compelling sensation. A haggard figure was on bent knees just beyond the door. Her hands were bloody from where they had been pounding against the gate, and her breath came in labored gasps. As the flickering light from the interior prison chamber poured across the cobbles, she glanced up at the mercy killer, who stood framed in the doorway, and began to sob with relief. He felt himself mirrored in all but his gender as he stared at the woman, and he was stirred by her presence. Karis found himself unsure what to say, so he simply waited for the woman to provide an explanation. She did. It was a simple statement, but of utmost importance, and it made Karis, whose knees ached painfully with every movement, bend down and help the woman to her feet. He brought her in from the outside, guiding her gently into the passage beyond. She had said that an injustice had been done, and that was all that Karis needed to hear. In the end, it came to pass that she could not fulfill her duty as a Fury, for a man guilty of a blood crime had died unpunished. She begged Karis and the Mercy Killers for aid, and so they executed her. She had failed in her charge. Damn. Widening a big gravel road next to a large hydropower dam, the open flowing water no matter how cold it is. How does the open flowing water affect anything though? I have another tale to share with you. Tell her the tale of your waking up in the mortuary. Ives leans forward as you tell the tale of your awakening in the Dustman's mortuary. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale too. I shall remember this tale. I too will tell a tale of the Dustman, chapters of dust. Go on. There are chapters in the Dead Book, the massive tome which the Dustman keep that records the passing of all that lives into the eternal boundary. In this book there are chapters that are naught but dust, and it is believed that the names therein are lost souls who cannot die, but must suffer life eternally until history itself dies and grants them release. Guess the air very humid when it's cold and normally very dry air. I guess that might help icing over the machinery or something. Have another tale. Ask one of your companions if they have a story to tell. Mort, do you have a story to trade? Me? Why do I have to tell a story? Just tell a story, Mort. Fine, fine. An elderly man was sitting alone on a dark path, right? He wasn't certain of which direction to go, and he'd forgotten both where he was traveling to and who he was. He'd sat down for a moment to rest his weary legs, and suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman before him. She grinned toothlessly, and with a cackle spoke, "Now your third wish. What will it be?" Go on, Mort. There was once a man from Nantucket. Something about a bucket. Third wish. The man was baffled. How can it be a third wish if I haven't had a first and second wish? You've had 2 wishes already, the hag said. But your second wish was for me to return everything to the way it was before you had made your first wish. That's why you remember nothing. Because everything is the way it was before you made any wishes. She cackled at the poor bird. So it is that you have 1 wish left. Go on, Mort. All right, said the man. I don't believe this, but there's no harm in wishing. I wish to know who I am. Funny, said the old woman, as she granted his wish and disappeared forever. That was your first wish. Ives smiles. An interesting tale, Mort. And now I've one for you and your companion. The Fiend's Game. A fiend sometimes wandered the wilderness, a certain prime world, in the guise of a friendly old man. One day he came upon some hunters in the wood. What are you doing? The fiend asked. The hunters told him, and the fiend nodded. I have never been on a hunt before. The hunters invited the old man to come along, and the group eventually came upon a glade where several deer were grazing. The hunters carried crossbows, but did not fire, and the fiend asked them why. "They are unarmed," the hunters chuckled, patting their crossbows. Wait. "We hunt nothing that does not have the ability to defend itself. After all, where is the sport in that?" The fiend nodded at this, and promptly gated in 3 of his fellows. The hunters led them on a merry chase, but eventually they were caught and eaten. This game doesn't lack for text, at least. The amount of writing in this game is brutal. It actually surprises me how much it has. Like, even compared to the other games they've made, like Baldur's Gate or any of their other games. There's so much here. So I personally, I feel like that's either gonna make you hate the game or love the game. Personally, I kind of like it. But it also makes the game kind of slow. Especially if you, like, I haven't even talked to everyone. Like, I've ignored a lot of NPCs on the street, and all of them have a shitload of dialogue. Like, even like random people. But sometimes it's actually kind of interesting though. Like, there was just some random lady selling, I think she was just selling fish on the street. And I just talked to her and she was like, "Hey, I've seen you before." And from that we unlocked like a memory or something of ourselves and got some XP or whatever. The amount of text might be intimidating. Yeah, I can see that. Torment, Tides of Numenera, the spiritual successor of this game that also takes place in... I don't know if it takes place in Sigil, but it does take place on the plains. It's the same. It also has a shitload of text. But I like that game as well. I never finished it though. I plan to stream that after this. But what were we saying here? "They are unarmed," the hunters chuckled, patting their crossbows. "We hunt nothing that does not have the ability to defend itself. After all, where is the sport in that?" The fiend nodded at this and promptly gated in 3 of his fellows. The hunters led them on a merry chase, but eventually they were caught and eaten. That was the entire story? Okay. They were chasing demons and then died. I've another tale to share with you. "Anna, do you have a story to trade?" "Aye. I'm a no good tiefling at such things, I'm not." She frowns and waves her hand as if she's trying to shoo away the idea. "Don't be asking me for such nonsense now." I smiles at Anna, "But I would very much like to hear your story." "Please share your story, Anna." "Come on already, fiendling. You already have one tale you won't part with." Anna looks uncomfortable, her tail lashing slowly back and forth. "Well, I know one story." She suddenly becomes angry, glaring at Ives. "But you might not like it, you won't. So don't be blaming me for your choking it out of me." "Go ahead, Anna." Anna scowls, then finally relents with an exasperated sigh. "I heard a story when I was a wee lass. This Burke's walking home real late, near Antipeak, and passes an old toothless crone in a dark and otherwise empty street. 'Where you going?' she asks him. 'Go on, Anna.' 'Home to me wife and keep,' he says. 'Near the slags?' she asks him. 'Sure enough,' he says. So she asks him a favor. Take a box she's got to Deader's Pit and give it to the woman there. Now this Burke's a real sap. Too nice to say no, despite the fact he's sure something's not quite right about this old crone, and agrees. 'But what's the woman's name?' he asks. 'Where does she live?' Where should I look for her if she's not by the debtor's pit? The woman hands him the box, a wooden thing wrapped in colorful cloth. Tells him to just go, and she'll be there. Finally, she warns him, and whatever you do, does not open the box. Go on, Anna. So he takes it home with him and hides it in the rafters, thinking he'll bring it by the debtor's pit when it's light out. His wife, though, seeing him hiding the box, gets right jealous, thinking it's a gift for a lover or something, and opens it up as soon as he's not looking. Well, turns out it was a box full of gouged out eyes and severed male members, with the hair still on him. Her scream brought the Burke running. He remembered what the crone said, got right scared, and wrapped the box back up. He went out straight away to Debtor's Pit, and sure enough, there was another old hag waiting there for him. He hands her the box, and she says to him, "This box has been opened and looked into." The poor Burke tries to deny it, but she gets this dreadful look on her face. "You have done something horrible," she tells him, then disappears. That done, he hurries back to his skip. He's feeling ill when he gets back and takes to bed. His wife bitterly regretted opening the box and all, but it was too late. The next day he died of a rotten disease, and the first things to go was his eyes and stem. Anna nods grimly. That's his penis. Anna nods grimly, her tale complete. Playing this game as a wizard-focused character with high int and whiz unlocks even more text. Yeah, I am playing a fighter, but I went with 18 wisdom, like 13 int, 13 charisma, just to get more dialogue options. Because I looked at the stats, and you don't get any bonuses until you get to like 16 for, you know, combat-wise or anything. 16 strength, I think, gives you +1 damage. 17 +1 damage, +1 to hit. And, like, whatever. Constitution is the same, dexterity is the same. You need to get to 16 for it to even do anything. And you get points every time you level anyway, so. Ives smiles. That was a wonderful tale, Anna. You should never hesitate to share it. Now I've one for you and your companion. The Parched Land. Once a large village was struck by a terrible drought. A farmer journeyed to the worshipping stone, and again implored it as to the cause of the drought. He asked the stone why it did nothing when the fields were parched and dying, why the animals and the people suffered, while the stone did not a thing. Have we not given enough offerings? The farmer asked, begging almost upon his hands and knees. But the stone did not respond. It merely sat and cast its shadow. That's the entire story? You can most often talk your way out of a fight in this game anyway. Yeah, but I haven't. When I went down into the catacombs, we went to the rats, got captured, killed them. Well, they got aggro, and I had to run away because I didn't have enough healing items. Then we went and grabbed healing items. Then we killed the rats. And then we went to the Dead Nation, and the Dead Nation were like, "The Silent King demands you submit to us." And I was like, I'm not gonna do that. And then I killed them. Kill all of them. So, yeah. I didn't want to get captured. But I've also done the Dead Nation like 50 times in this game. I've tried playing this game a lot, but I only ever get to the Dead Nation. More or less. I've never been here. I have another tale to share with you. I don't. No, yes, Dakan. Dakan, do you have a story to trade? Dakan nods solemnly. I shall impart the tale of Achali drowning. Dakan tells the story of Achali, a foolish Githzerai of myth who had become lost in the chaos of Limbo. Normally, a single Githzerai may use their focus and mental discipline, form the chaos around them into a small, habitable environment. Achali, however, asked so many useless and unfocused questions in her quest to return home that her isle of matter dissolved around her and she drowned. Ive smiles. Fascinating, Dakon. Let me share with you and your companions another version of your tale that I have heard. Dakon looks attentive and perhaps a little surprised. Ives goes on to tell a different version of Dakon's tale, in which Achali was driven from the Githzerai city of Shrakt-Lor for her constant useless prattling. One day she encountered a Sladi on his way to the spawning stone. She hastily erected a wall of chaos matter, which even the ravenous Sladi found difficult to break down. Hungrily, it waited and spoke to her through the wall. She asked it questions, and as she became more absorbed in her pointless queries and the Sladi's answers, her own wall decayed and collapsed upon her, and thus she drowned in the matter of limbo. I had a question for you, Ives. Why are you called the Tail Chaser? Well, we know that, but I'm gonna ask her. Once upon a time, a girl came to an oracle who was rumored to know many things, and asked of it a boon. Her life was in need of direction, so she asked this oracle as to what would give her purpose. Now, the oracle was not evil, but it was vague and tended towards drink, which caused it to be obscure in many matters of judgment and focus. Its only answer to the girl's question was that within one story that she would hear in her lifetime was the truth that she sought. The girl went off and collected stories, which she chased to this day, not knowing which of the thousands hold the truth. Such is the danger of a foolish question, and the wisdom of an unspoken one. What are you doing here? I collect tales and trade them with others who have tales of their own. What can you tell me of this place? This is part of Mistress Grace's story, which is not mine to tell. She has said that when she nears the end of her years, she shall tell me, and only if I pledge never to share it with another. She hopes that she will never need to tell me her tale, for she hopes I will find my own story before that time and leave this place. I think she fears my life will be squandered in searching for this tale, and not acting upon what I already know. Ives sighs softly, but it cannot be helped. Your own story? Once upon a time. Yeah. You already told me that. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Echo? Ives frowns, thinking. I once heard a tale of a girl who knew the word that, if spoken, would undo the multiverse. Perhaps this is Echo. Ask Dolor, though. I understand that she sometimes meets with one who knew Echo before she stopped speaking. Yes, we know that. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Ives shakes her head. Speak with Nenny. He's forever pacing about, observing everything intently. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be? Ives shakes her head. But Marissa is an interesting tale. Would you hear it? Yes, go ahead. Once upon a time in a world of heroes and a time of petty childish gods, there were 3 sisters, cursed with a hideous appearance. They were considered demons by the people of the land and forever shunned. One missed her sisters terribly, yet left that world with its shame behind, but exchanged the pettiness of a pantheon for the pettiness of self. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? The tale of Ravel Puzzlewell, brightener of children, begins and ends with a question. What can change the nature of a man? Many were the times she posed this riddle to those who approached her, those who sought to glean from her the strange magics that she alone seemed to possess. All attempted to answer her query, but to no avail, and they found the price of their wrong answer to be some horrible fate, always more terrible than the last victims. To recount their various torments would be to speak of things that nightmares are woven from. The tale strikes me in this way. Ravel herself knew not the answer to this question, but she lusted for such an answer. Only the why of the matter remained in question. Why did the nature of a man matter to one of the Grey Sisters, especially to one of such power as Ravel? It is said that she put the question to the Lady of Pain, not directly, but shouted it to Sigil itself, daring for the lady to answer. When no reply was forthcoming, she wove terrible magics that threatened to open the cage and let the fury of the plains roll in like a wave. She received no answer other than banishment. To this day, no one knows the answer to Ravel's question, and now there is no one to petition, for Ravel herself is gone, lost to the
Updated
plains.
my journal.
Wait, there is more. Though my tale ends with Ravel's demise, there are some that claim the hag still lives. There is a silent prostitute here who once talked of such things, but she speaks no longer. If she would speak to you, she might tell you more of Ravel. What else can you tell me of this silent prostitute? Nothing. Whew! Holy shit. Finally done with her. Dolora. This dark-haired, pale-skinned woman has a cultured, refined look about her. As she turns to you, you note that her eyes, which you had previously thought to be grey, are the color of brushed steel. What the fuck? What color is that? Greetings. The woman's voice is soft, calm, and without inflection. It has a certain faraway quality, as if somehow not attached to her. Grey? I mean, I guess. What the fuck is brushed steel? What does that mean? Is that normal steel? I mean, we are in the plains. It could mean anything. I don't know much about steel. It might be shiny gray, something like that. Greetings, I am called Dolora. May I serve you somehow? In what ways can you serve me, Dolora? She blinks her eyes and touches her hand to her heart, bowing her head slightly. I am able to debate any scholarly or academic matter quite proficiently, if that is your wish. I am also well versed in various games of strategy, should you wish to play something, though I have the materials for few such games here. I was hoping for something of a more physical nature. Debate, you say? Dolora nods. That is correct. I am neither a tome nor a tutor. I have no desire to educate my patrons. Should you have a matter to discuss, however, the 15 factions and their effects on Sigilian politics, the most effective battle stratagems for warring in Acheron, the meaning of existence itself, I would be most pleased to choose a counterpoint and engage you in debate. Choose a topic, see if you can best her. You choose a topic and begin. At first, you seem to be holding up fine, but in time, your position crumbles as Dolora crushes one of your arguments after another with her infallible sense of logic. She seems to take no joy in her victory, however, and merely offers, "If you would like, we can debate once more upon the same topic. I could argue your position this time, should you desire it." Wait, are you always so ruthless in a debate? Dolora nods. Mistress Grace instructed me to show no mercy, for another of her students always allows a patron to win after a lengthy debate. It was Mistress Grace's desire that I provide a different sort of experience for the clientele. I see. Should we play a game now? Of course. Is there anything in particular you wish to play? No, I don't really remember any games. Here then, allow me to show you one. Dolora brings out a thin, lacquered box, which unfolds into a small board marked with a grid. The contents of the box proved to be a number of polished stone chips. Half of them black, half of them white. This game goes by many names. Shall I explain the rules to you? Yes, please. Dolora explains to you the rules of the game, how the chips are moved, how one bests one's opponent. It seems somehow faintly familiar to you. The rules are simple, yes? But a great deal of complexity lies within the game itself. It takes a great deal of time to master. Shall we play? Yes, let's. As you play, you come to realize that you've done so before. Even your best tricks, though, are nothing to Dolora's well-calculating strategies. The game runs steadily downhill for you until you are, at last, beaten entirely. She does not smile or gloat, however, but quietly begins to put the game away. You seem to possess a good understanding of the game. In time, you could become quite good. So we don't... I'm assuming we don't have enough intelligence to beat her. We have shitloads of wisdom, though. But that's not enough here. You always play so mercilessly. Yes, it's just the same thing here. I understand. I had some questions for you. Dolora casts her eyes on the floor with a sound that might be a sad sigh. I am willing to serve you as a patron, but have no wish to answer other questions at this time. My apologies, but I fear you shall simply have to bear with that for the time being. What's wrong? Anything I can help you with?
Updated my journal.
She looks up from the floor and into your eyes. Once more, you're struck by the pale smoothness of skin. The cold depths of her silvery eyes. No. No, I fear not. My troubles are a matter of the heart. Time I think all things shall be resolved. Are you certain there's nothing I could do? Certain? Dolora pauses as if thinking. No, I am not. My first love, Merriman, possesses still the keys to my heart. So long as he has them, I shan't be free to love another. This is the cause of my melancholy. Why don't you seek him out? Speak with him. Dolora shakes her head. I may not leave this place. The reasons why are deeply personal, and not to be shared with strangers, even ones who might bestow a kindness upon me. But suffice to say that I cannot seek out Merriman myself. You're in luck. I can find Merriman. For a price.
Updated my journal.
I possess little save for a few pieces of jewelry I once received as gifts. Should those suffice, I would be willing to reward you with them. Merriman is a member of this Society of Sensation. As you may wish... So you may wish to ask for him at the Civic Fest Hall. It'll have to do. I'll be back if I find it. Farewell. Subject cited. Subject behavior static. The strange cubic creature seems to be as much machine as it is organic. As you approach the thing, it silently stares at you with wide, unblinking eyes. Its face hasn't the slightest trace of emotion on it. Come on, Chief. We're in a building full of some of the sexiest tits this side of the multiverse, and you're stopping to talk to Modrons? What can you tell me about them, Mort? Mort makes a noise of utter disgust. What's there to say? Annoying little clockwork pests. They're always working to impose law and order upon the multiverse. Not good, mind you, just law. Let's just forget about them and go chat up the ladies, eh? My apologies, Mort, but I'm talking to the Modron. Mort sighs loudly. Fine, whatever. But don't say I didn't warn you. You probably won't get anywhere with them, though, Chief. They're an odd lot to talk to. Greetings. Its voice has a metallic, reverberating quality to it, as if it were more of a sound played out on some warped musical instrument than true speech. Your greetings is returned. There is a soft click as the creature blinks. An awkward silence hangs in the air between the two of you. I had some questions. Identify yourself to us. I'm not sure who I am. We would know why this is so. I don't know myself. I just can't remember. All things should have a name. All things should be identified. We find your answer unsatisfactory, but it shall have to suffice for the present. The creature pauses and blinks at you. We would identify ourselves as Modrons. Quadron type. Winged variant to the subject. That's not a name either, you stupid fucker. What's your name? I had some questions now. The subject is free to ask a question. What are you doing here? Our purpose here is observation. What are you observing? We are observing one of the establishment's staff. Who are you observing? As previously stated, we are observing one of the establishment's staff. Yes, but who exactly are you observing? The object of our scrutiny is named Dolora. Why are you watching her? We have not been informed as to the specific purpose or purposes which resulted in our being given our present task. The command of our superior pentadrone is sufficient reason to perform said task. As such, the purpose of or purposes are irrelevant to us. Okay. What can you tell me about this place? Whew. A building located in the section of Sigil commonly known as the Clerk's Ward. Cannot give exact coordinates as the surface of Sigil changes at intervals we have not determined as of the present. The building itself is known as the Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lust. It serves as what may be broadly defined as a language school. The students of the school are primarily females who intend to, at some point, we have not determined, and Whew. Jesus Christ. At some point we have not determined, and which varies from student to student, become factotum of the Society of Sensation. The Society of Sensation? I feel like Solid Snake. I feel like I'm Solid Snake talking to the Colonel over the comm. He's like, Metal Gear, Metal Gear. Like he does that all the time. It's like whenever they say something, I just you can just ask a question. That's the exact same thing they said. We will provide a brief summary as to what the Society of Sensation is defined as. A faction whose core belief is that with experience comes true understanding of the multiverse and its secrets. What can you tell me about the Silent Prostitute? The subject referred to is named Echo. We have gathered no more information regarding said subject. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? We do not. If you are not currently in the process of doing so, we would suggest the methodical approach and questioning of each of the inhabitants of this building. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be? We do not. If you are not currently in the process of doing so, we would suggest the methodical approach and questioning of each of the inhabitants of this building. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? We know nothing of any being or object possessing such an appellation. Never mind, actually. Farewell. I actually like the writing in this game quite a bit. It's I don't know, it's pretty engaging and really varied as well. Well met, good sir. I am Nenny. And how are you this fine Oh, we met before, Nenny giggles and smiles gleefully at you. I'm sorry, I knew you looked familiar, though. That's all right, Nenny. I had some questions. Please ask, she smiles giddily. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Know where it might be?
My journal.
I'll bet I do. I saw that nasty Kimashi Addertongue sneaking out of Marissa's room one night. They're both meanies, you know. But Kimashi's really awful. Anyway, I talked to her first. That's all I wish to know. Farewell, Nanny. She's here. Oh, it's you again. Just can't get enough of me, huh? I was told you were seen sneaking away from Marissa's chambers recently. Is that connected with her missing veil somehow? Imashi flies into a rage. Who told you that? She suddenly falls silent, glaring at you through narrowed eyes. If I was there, Burke, I didn't take her filthy veil. Search my room if you would like. I catch you sniffing at my breeches, though. I'll see to it you're never allowed in here again. Why would anyone ever sniff at your breeches?
My journal.
Beats me. Someone sneaked more than a few pair of them, though. My favorite leather brassiere, too, with the iron studs. She humphs angrily. it's, it's the guy, it's the wizard who's transformed into a... What is it called? This guy. It's not a cupboard, it's... I can't remember what it's called. Why don't you go wander around Bay Otter for a bit, you meandering arse? Got a handkerchief.
Right, got it.
Got a gold earring.
Why not? Got it.
Silver ring. Know where it might be. Up your arse, perhaps. Farewell, then.
I'm gone.
I'm starting to suspect something. Marissa's cold, cruel voice hisses from out the darkness. It returns. You have a reason for coming this time, I trust? Or just more of your pointless questions? More pointless questions, Marissa. I was told you were seen sneaking away from Vivian's chambers recently. Is that connected with her missing scent somehow?
Updated my journal.
Marissa says nothing, though an angry hissing. I guess you can say it like that. Marissa says nothing, though an angry hissing issue from the darkness around her. Yes, I've been known to creep into Vivian's chamber for some of her perfumes, though I doubt you'll meet another here who hasn't. If you're implying that I've got her personal scent, well, feel free to sniff around. Not find it on me or in my chambers. I assure you, perhaps whoever took my crimson veil took Vivian's scent as well. I have another question. This is Louis, the talking armoire. I had some questions, Louis. Yes? I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. You know where it might be? Oh dear, yes. I had heard about that. Most unfortunate. Did you ever have the exquisite pleasure of breathing in that scent of hers? The armoire's drawers seemed to shudder with delight. Absolutely wondrous it was. But sadly no. I know not where good Lady Vivian's scent might be found. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be? Is it made of sapient pear tree? No, it's just a dude who transformed himself into a grimoire. Or an armoire, not grimoire. I've heard she used to walk about in a crimson veil, but that she had recently taken to her room and darkened it. I did not know what had occurred. So this veil of hers is missing then? Yes. What can you tell me about this silent prostitute? Yes, Echo. She can't have always been mute, you know. Otherwise, I'm most certain she would have learned some other means of communicating in the meantime. It must be a recent occurrence. Maybe we can ask Fall from Grace about them.
How may I help you?
I had some questions I wanted to ask. can you tell me about the girls here? The women here are aspiring... Blah, 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 blah. We already asked that. No, she doesn't want to talk about them. What about the patrons? This older-looking noblewoman greets you with an elegant curtsy. Well met, sir. Might I be so bold as to say before you ask anything of me that I'm a patron here, and not one of the students? You're a patron? She nods. That is correct, young sir. I came here one evening to see for myself why my husband was constantly paying visits to this place. I became fast friends with a number of the prostitutes, and so here I am. It's not only for men to enjoy a good conversation, you know. True enough. I had another question. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be? The woman frowns sharply. Oh, I care not for that Marissa. A most unpleasant disposition she has. As for that veil of hers, no, I know nothing of it. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I do not. Vivian has been on about that for some time, though. She is most upset. I would be most pleased to see it return to her, for she speaks of little else these days. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? I do not know her, and I cannot recall her name. I've been told that she cannot communicate, and so I have never taken it upon myself to try and speak with her. You know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Ravel Puzzlewell? She says the name slowly, as if never having spoken it before. I must confess I do not. Oh. The man's brow is deeply furrowed in concentration. As you approach, he looks to you and nods curtly. Yes? I had some questions. He looks slightly annoyed, but says nothing. You seem troubled. The man frowns. No, not quite troubled. I'm merely trying to puzzle out a way to win against Alora. Yes, she is quite an opponent. Look, I have things to think about, so if you wouldn't mind. Wait, let me ask you something else. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I haven't spoken to Vivian in some time. I was unaware she had even lost it. A pity. She did always have the most astounding erotic fragrance about her. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be? No, I do not. Anything else? What can you tell me about this silent prostitute? Nothing, really. Okay, cool. Where do we have one of the wizard guys? Wizards tend to be kinky. Maybe they like... talking to, whose room is this anyway? Let's check the secret door.
All right.
Brothel caretaker. The man, looking slightly puzzled, nods at your approach. Greetings, sir. Might I ask how you came to be here? I just came through those stairs, through that strange door I found. I'd best work on concealing it a bit better then. He shrugs, then smiles at you. I'm the brothel's caretaker, by the way. You're not supposed to be down here, really, but it's alright if you look around a bit. I had some questions. He smiles nervously. I really shouldn't even allow you down here, let alone be chatting with you. Please, no questions for now. Tell me what this place is, at least. It's where the ladies' sensory stones are kept. They use them as diaries of a sort. You won't be able to use them if that's what you're thinking. Each of them is attuned to one particular student of the brothel, so that only she may access that stone.
Updated my journal.
Okay. This grayish-white stone, held in a mesh of engraved silver bands, pulses with white light. Something was once inscribed into its base, but the writing has been scoured away.
Updated my journal.
This translucent indigo stone, held in a mesh of engraved silver bands, pulses with deep blue light. Inscribed into its base is the word Juliet. Damn. Ladies. No one upstairs is named Juliet. This brilliant red stone, held in a mesh of engraved silver bands, pulses with fierce crimson light. Inscribed into its base is the word Nenny. This translucent green stone, held in a mesh of engraved silver band, pulses with a bright green light. Inscribed into its base is the word Echo. Bluish purple stone, named Vivian. Violet stone, Marissa. Transparent bluish white stone, Sai Cerise. Reddish orange stone, Dolora. This amber colored stone, Kimashi Adderton. And this is Tail Chaser. Clear stone, Ives. One of them was blank. One of them is blank, one is
Alright.
Juliet. I haven't seen a Juliet. Have I? If this room is empty... Here's Echo. Greetings again. I had some questions. Is your name Echo?
Updated my journal.
She nods, smiling pleasantly. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, giving you an apologetic look. I'm trying to find Marissa's crimson veil. Do you know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, and gives you an apologetic look. Echo the dolphin? Well, in that case, I'm happy it's not a regular brothel. That's Nenny. Did you, Juliet? Did I miss you? This dark-haired young woman is staring listlessly off into space, sighing miserably and occasionally picking at the seams of her green velvet gown. It's difficult to discern whether she's depressed or simply bored. Greetings. She gives you only the briefest of glances before staring off into the distance once more. Greetings, yes. I am named Juliet. How may I... never mind. Never thou mind. Leave me be, please. She gives an exasperated sigh. If she has something stolen, I'm gonna flip out. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Only that I spend my days gazing into the face of mediocrity, seeing if anything can erase its dreadful, tedious passage. Is your life so tedious? Alas, it is, she sighs, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. Dreadfully boring. Perhaps I could make it less boring for you, my lady. No, 'tis kind of thee to offer, though. I'm already with a man, sir, and I do love him dearly. It's just that I wish... She taps her finger against her chin. Something more of our liaison. Is there a problem with the relationship? Yes, there is a problem, she huffs, in that there are no problems to speak of. Our families took the news of our courtship splendidly. His siblings love my siblings, and our friends think our union to be blessed by the powers themselves. All fine and good, but things are going, she frowns, so smoothly. It's not right to have such a trouble-free courtship. I don't know about that. Dost thou not? Hast thou ever had such a courtship? She glances briefly at you. It would seem that thy life is filled with a variety of problems, judging by the pallor of thy skin. I can't remember any courtships I have had. The remnants of the ones I have encountered suggest that I may have had some problems, like the dead ghost lady who wanted to make us promise to come back and save her. Tis just that all my friends have such interesting relationships, once fraught with turmoil, feuding families, daggers at one another's backs, poison, mad siblings and irate fathers, and large swords. I have a lover whose family loves me, and whom the world loves. She sighs again. A great source of annoyance. How I wish I could formulate some way to spice things up. Mort floats close to you, whispering. I feel sorry for her lover. He doesn't know how bad he has it. A shit like this is nothing but trouble. What did you have in mind, Juliet? I'm not sure. Some element of danger, or jealousy. Something intense. Are you retarded? Why don't you have an affair? I can pretend to be a jealous suitor if you want. Juliet glances at you, then scoffs. Oh, I wholly doubt that. Actually, that idea is not half as idle as I had first thought. Thou dost certainly look dangerous enough. She looks you in the eye, as if appraising a horse. Art thou as rugged and tough as thy appearance would indicate? They don't make him any tougher than me, I assure you. Thou shalt do this for me then. Well, what's in it for me? Juliet frowns. My company and my gratitude will be enough. Oh, it won't. Her frown deepens at this complication. What didst thou have in mind? That does not involve touching me. Don't flatter yourself any more than it takes to make me angry. I want some information. Juliet mulls it over, then nods. Very well, I shall deliver once thou dost deliver. Dost thou understand? Agreed. Excellent. My love, Montague, may be found within the civic festal. I thank thee. Of course, I'll go speak to him.
My journal.
Farewell. I had some questions, Nenny. Himashi said someone's been taking things from her room, too. You seen anything odd?
Updated my journal.
Nenny's eyes suddenly go wide. Oh, that's right. You know, I once saw a man sneaking out of Kimachi's room while she was out talking to a patron. I watched the front doors all that day, but he never ever left. Isn't that odd? I don't think he could have made it out a window, though I never figured out where he went. And then I totally forgot about it. Weird, huh? Yep. Super weird. Dude. I had some questions, Louise. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? There is no 10th student. What is this rubbish you speak of? Never mind. I had another question. And Nenny told me that she saw a man leaving Himashi Addertongue's room. I think that was you, Louise. You think? Think? How could you be so alarmingly rude? So ludicrously presumptuous as to spout forth such an accusation without being absolutely certain of your charges. How dare you, impertinent brassy cur! Why, I oughta... As Louise rails and curses, his drawers open and close. You notice a small bundle of crimson cloth tucked alongside some clothes. The repeated opening and closing of the armoire drawers makes it difficult to grab, however, and my dexterity sucks ass. Make a try for it. Wait for an opportunity to grab it. You stand poised at the edge of the armoire. It keeps gabbing on and on, but it never seems to stay open long enough for you to grab the cloth. Try and snap your hand in while the drawer is open. You simply cannot move your hand quickly enough to snatch the crimson cloth from within Louise. The most you could accomplish would be getting your fingers crushed. Give me that crimson cloth. Shan't, won't, never. Pull open the drawer to get the cloth. The drawer remains closed. You hear it puffing and wheezing from the exertion. Go away, you barbarian. Pull open the drawer to get the cloth. Hear it puffing and wheezing. Puffing and wheezing. Puffing and wheezing. How long are you gonna puff and wheeze? Give me the crimson cloth, Louise! Beg and whine for the cloth. Oh, please stop that rubbish. It is quite tiresome and transcends all known meanings of the word boredom. Beg and whine some more. Stop. How tediously dull. You're making me quite drowsy. Keep on begging and whining. The armoire yawns, exposing the crimson cloth where it rests snugly beside some undergarments. You dart your hand in and seize it before the drawers can close itself. Tucking it away, you notice that it's perfumed with a light, exotic, and most pleasant fragrance. Damn it, you rogue, blackguard, scoundrel! You give that back this instant. That's not yours. That is an exceedingly personal garment that belongs to a lady of this establishment, and they would not appreciate you fondling their private things. Oh, but it's all right for you, you wooden pervert. I'm not doing anything so criminal and malicious as you are. I'm merely soaking in sensations necessary to my growth as an individual. Yes, yes, farewell, Louise. Imagine that, the perverted armoire wizard was the culprit. Okay. It returns! You have a reason for coming this time, I trust? Or just more of your pointless questions? Actually, I've brought your crimson veil. Then, would you please hand it over? I'll need something in return first. Of course, how perfectly mercenary of you. Here, reach out, grab my wrist. You'll find a golden bracelet. There, take it, it's yours. It's more of use to you than my veil is, I assure you. Take the bracelet.
My journal.
You remove the bracelet from Marissa's delicate wrist. You hold the crimson veil before you. Feel her take it from your hands. Yes, much better. Two shining points of red light appear before you as she opens her eyes. So that's what you look like. Perhaps I would have been better off with my eyes shut. Watch that forked tongue of yours, Marissa. Do not even get me started. I have a question. Ask. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Yes, Echo. I knew another Echo once, though her name was written differently, blah 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 blah. I had another question. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I'm not a clue. God damn it. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? I spend much time here in my chambers, but I think that even I would know. Had a 10th student arrived? There is none currently. Why do you remain behind this screen? Marissa is silent for a time before answering. At first it was because I had lost my crimson veil, but now? I do not know. Perhaps I have grown accustomed to dealing with my patrons in this manner, and have grown to enjoy it. In time I imagine I will tire of it and venture out into Sigil once more. But for now, I am comfortable here. I had another question. Why is it so dark here? Same answer. Okay. She didn't actually tell me anything. Oh, there, this guy is. This kindly looking older man turns as you approach and nods politely. Greetings. Something I might help you with? Yes, I had some questions. Certainly. Go ahead, young man. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I do not. And I fear that were it right beneath my own nose, I would not realize it. I have nearly no sense of smell remaining, you see. He taps his nose. Sad, I know, but we all age. I'm told Vivian always gives off the most beautiful fragrance. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? The old man frowns and scratches at his beard. If there is a 10th student, my young friend, I would be most eager to meet her, but as far as I know, there is none. Can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Ah yes, that lovely creature would be Echo, a sweet young girl, so easy to talk to. Not just because she's silent, mind you, but there is simply something about her. She sighs happily. He sighs happily. I'm unsure of why she won't speak, however. Vivian greets you with a polite half-smile. Had you any luck in finding my scent, perchance? She has your scent. Does she, though? I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? 10th student? She studies you. As if not sure she heard you correctly. Perhaps you have taken one too many blows to the head. Or perhaps one of the girls has been playing games with you. There is no 10th prostitute that I know of. I mean, it could be that easy. I have some questions, Louise. An ominous silence hangs over the armoire. There is no reply. You're certain it's still Louise. You can practically feel the hatred radiating from the wood. But he won't speak a word to you. So long, Louise. What room is this? Oh, close the door. Ah, whatever.
Why not?
Not in here.
I'm gone.
I don't know if she's gonna get mad. Wait, that one's not locked? That one's locked. I kind of you to leave exactly when I was about to check your belongings.
All right.
Not there. I don't trust you.
Right.
Heh. That's supposed to mean. Hi.
All right.
I don't feel like accusing her before we do the other quests. You can talk to this patron. This dashing nobleman eyes your advance with an air of contempt. I am here to speak with the lady, sir, and not to one such as yourself. I certainly hope you hadn't planned on pestering me with questions and the like. In fact, I did have some questions. The nobleman narrows his eyes at you. I do not care, not a whit. Now away with you. Go on, leave me be. Oh, this guy. The masochist. This gentleman is unremarkable, saving that he has a black eye, as if he'd been struck in the face. He bows slightly as you approach him. Greetings, sir. How'd you get the black eye? He smirks. Oh, this? A long story, sir. One you would not be interested in. Oh, no. You got to tell us now. Yes, please, sir. Do tell. The man sighs, rolling his eyes. Very well, but I shan't be made to divulge the details. Despite my earlier remark upon the tale's length, I might sum it up in 2 words. Kimashi Adderton. Oh, yes, I know her. The man sighs dreamily. Wonderful, is she not? He suddenly snaps to attention. But wait, do not take my utterance for affection, good sir. I am engaged to be wed, after all, to a woman I well and truly love. But Kimashi is so different to speak with. He smiles at you. Different, yes. I had another question. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? She lost her scent? How odd. I passed her only hours ago and she smelled quite nice. As she usually does, of course. In fact, I'm unsure if I have ever been around a woman with a more enticing fragrance. Actually, it's her personal scent that's been lost. Is it indeed? I had no idea such a thing was possible. Well, I certainly hope she gets it back. Cool. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? A 10th? 10th student? A 10th prostitute? I cannot say that I even know of one, let alone who she might be. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes. Yes, she's hiding under my bed. Go ahead, get down on all 4s and check. I shan't kick you. Really. Get down on your hands and knees and check. As you look beneath Kimashi's bed, nothing's there, of course. You become aware of her standing behind you. I couldn't. It's just too easy. Get up, you poor stupid deader. There is no 10th student. There is, though. Cerise smiles warmly as you draw near her, pushing a wavy lock of hair away from her bright crimson eyes. Well, greetings once again. Something I can do for you, It depends. What sort of things do you do? Talk, of course. Blah, 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 blah. I have little time. I have questions. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes. The 10th? Isai purses her lips, tapping her foot as she thinks. No, there's only 9 of us. There's always 9 prostitutes, unless Mistress Grace has made some recent changes I don't know of. And this was her room. I think I asked her about the 9th patron. She doesn't know? It's Echo chilling out here in the corridor again. I can't ask her that. I had some questions. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? She looks at you puzzled before shaking her head. Alright. We'll just... wait, maybe these guys know. I had some questions. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th student is? We do not. We have not as yet made an effort to catalog each of the inhabitants of this building, and do not intend to do so at any time. But we'll stop there for tonight. We'll have to continue the prostitute quest line tomorrow. Because it's already way too late. midnight. Holy shit. This game actually makes me winded to play because there's so much reading. Oh boy. But like I say, I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. Until it gets too much. But that's why I stream. Because otherwise I would kind of... Torment I stopped playing. I like the newer game. Because every time I thought about starting it again, I was like... There's just so much text and dialogue and whatever, and I just couldn't get to it. But now that I'm streaming, that's not a problem anymore. But we'll see. Anyway, until next time, thanks for hanging, guys. Have a good night. Bye bye.